Good evening. This is Monday, February 6, 2023, and we are here for a governing body meeting, and I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Mayor Dunn is present and presiding. Councilmember Phila. Councilmember Rawlings.
Here.
Councilmember Sippel.
Here.
Councilmember Kane.
Here.
Councilmember Osman. Here. Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Harrison. Here. Councilmember Azeltine.
Here.
Thank you. The next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So as you're able, if you'll please rise and we will face the flag. Thank you very much. The next item is the approval of the agenda, and I would like to note that you have in front of you 8K's missing attachments, which have been put on the dais by our city clerk, and I think they were sent to you electronically as well. 8N has been pulled by the staff, so that will be continued, 8N. Item number 12 should read City Administrator Report versus Interim City Administrator. And 9A has a large stack of additional citizen emails for East Village. And that was after the packet was published. However, I believe these were sent to us all electronically because I know I received them and had the opportunity to read them. So with those modifications, I would entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda, please.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Kane and a second from Mr. Sippel. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Okay, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. The citizen comments this evening are all for East Village. So I will call on all of you who signed in to speak. And are you signed in, Mr. Nessel? You did?
What's his problem?
Oh, you are signed in. A citizen comment. I apologize. And if you will come forward, please, state your name and address for the record. And if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes, we'd
Be less than
appreciate
that,
it.
I promise you.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Nessel. I live at 12012 Ansley Lane in Leawood. And I'm coming here tonight for a personal reason. March 10th will be the 10th and last evening with the Rents, somewhere in the hat, which is a evening of parents going on stage and doing stand-up comedy about their kids with autism. It's a fundraiser for autism. It's a fundraiser for Camp Encourage, which is a sleepaway camp for kids with autism. It's a great organization. My son Elijah, who you know, has been many times to the camp, and he was elected prom king at Blue Valley North as a senior, and he also goes on stage on Play with the Pros and plays guitar. Great guitar, actually. Many people. Is that because of Camp Encourage? I don't know. Hopefully it's the parents are involved with that too. But Camp Encourage is a great environment for kids to go. Kids don't get to go with autism to sleepaway camps ever. And it's very expensive, and this fundraiser goes to help pay scholarships. So the parents' kids don't have to pay full boat to go to the camp. So it's really important for that reason. We have fun. It's a fun night, evening with the Rents as some parents. We don't make fun of our kids. We laugh about our kids. And it's those with neurotypical children can understand all the things that happen. Quadruple that with autism kids. So that's what happens. If you want, I'm coming here basically to ask for your support and anyone else here to buy tickets. It's March 10th at the Folly Theater, which is brand new, it's gorgeous. You can go to campencourage.org. You can go to Facebook and go An Evening with the Rents on Facebook. Or if you want to, you can personally email me. I'm jeffnessel@gmail.com, and I will get you in touch with the people who need to be in touch with. One last thing. Madam Mayor, you know me, you know my family, you know Elijah. And I'm asking you, I know your husband's company is very civic-minded and very giving. And we're looking for sponsorship. We're also looking for people to buy tickets. If you could see yourself a way to talk to Terry about that, I'd be very appreciative of that. And they can contact me, I said, jeffnessel@gmail.com. I will get them in touch with the right person. But it's a fun evening. It's a great evening. It's just good. It's a good thing. And it's the last one. I'm going back. I've done it a couple of years. They're asking people who've done it previously to come back for the last year. I'm such a funny guy. But anyway, they're asking those people to come back. And so it's going to be an all-star show, and look forward to seeing everybody there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, and please congratulate Elijah for us. Thank you for being here. All right, that concludes citizen comments that are non-agenda citizen comments. And we will move now to the proclamation that we have for this evening, and this is on Engineers Week. And Mr. Lay, our Director of Public Works, I believe is coming in for me to read this into the record and present it to you. Whereas engineers provide the talents and skills necessary to analyze and solve complex problems and create the infrastructure essential for the high quality of life which citizens of Leawood enjoy. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry of Leawood is vital to the efficient planning, design, construction, and operation of the public infrastructure, which includes water, sanitary and storm sewers, streets and highways, bridges, public buildings, communications, and electricity and natural gas distribution. Whereas the health, safety, welfare, comfort, and economic vitality of this community, as well as the success of various citywide construction projects. And whereas the Western chapter of the Missouri Society of Professional Engineers, in partnership with the Eastern chapter of the Kansas Society of Professional Engineers, are celebrating the 72nd annual Engineers Week through a ceremonious luncheon at the Marriott in downtown Kansas City on February 23rd, 2023. Now, therefore, I, Peggy Dunn, Mayor of the City of Leawood, Kansas, on behalf of the citizens of this great city and the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of February 19th, 2023 as Engineers Week in Leawood, Kansas, and call upon all citizens to recognize the significant contributions which engineers make to our health, safety, and quality of life. And Mr. Lay, thank you for your leadership with your department. And I know you have other engineers that work with you, and we appreciate everything all of you do in your entire department. Thank you. All right, moving to presentations and recognitions, we have some new employees, two with the Park and Recreation Department and one with Planning Department. And so I'll call on, I'm assuming Chris Claxton will do the Park and Rec introductions, and probably Mark Klein will be doing the one from Planning. So.
Good evening. Chris Claxton, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Arts. And I want to introduce Chelsea Perry Kaufman. And Chelsea joined the city at the end of October, and she is our Cultural Arts Coordinator. And she's already hit the ground running, and she's doing a lot of different wonderful things. So I'm going to ask Chelsea to come up and just say a few words about herself. Chelsea?
Great. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Chelsea Perry Kaufman. I've met some of you already, but it's great to meet some new faces. I've been here for about 3 months, and I'm hitting the ground running the best I can. We've already booked all of our arts programming, and we're starting to work on the 75th anniversary, the new sculpture that's going to be going in. So we're really excited to keep rolling with that. On a more personal note, I grew up in rural Kansas, and I've been working in the arts for about 10 years on the East Coast and the West Coast. Just moved back, and I'm really excited to get involved with the community where I went to school. I went to the Art Institute, so it's just really nice to get involved with the community. Thanks.
Well, we're thrilled to have you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for being here.
And Chelsea also has a sister who is a Leawood resident, so she's very excited about spending some time with her. Unfortunately, Liz had to go home this afternoon. She had a college student come in, and it was expecting her to entertain her tonight, so that was kind of unexpected. But she will be here at the next meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Klein.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm very pleased to introduce Dan Fernandez, who is our new senior planner. We are very lucky to get him. He actually has a lot of experience and has worked in the area for Olathe, Liberty, and Mark. He's a graduate of KU, and so, again, we feel extremely privileged to have him, and so I'll go ahead and have him come up and introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Good evening. How are you all doing today?
We're doing good.
As Mark said, I was born and raised here, actually in Prairie Village. Went to Bolinder, Indian Hills, and Shawnee Mission East. Actually, a classmate of Mr. Osmond right there. I believe he was a year younger. Went to KU, and as Mark mentioned, my experience out of college was Mid-America Regional Council. That was my first job. Went on to Liberty, took a little side, a few months, worked as a planner down in Auckland, New Zealand, and then came back, worked a few jobs, and was in Olathe for about 8 years. And now here in Leawood. Very excited to be here. Looking forward to getting more involved in some of the projects, learning from not only Mark, but from other planners. Just excited to be here in a city that really takes their planning seriously. I think when people think of quality development, they think of Leawood. That's usually at the top of their list. So I'm very excited to be a part of this team.
Well, we're delighted to have you, and I've seen more of you lately
Yes.
because you are now officing right outside my office.
Yeah.
Since you're under construction upstairs, so.
Yeah, when you come and leave, I'm there. So
Right, it's great to have you, and we welcome you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Osmond?
I would like to embarrass Mr. Fernandez for a quick second, which is, I never thought that in high school I would sit next to him and later on work alongside him at the city of Olathe on a couple different projects. One day I get to my meeting and I found out that he left, and I was disappointed because he was actually attentive, responsive, and had great thoughts and communicated with the development team. Little did I know that he would show back up in our city, and I just want to welcome him. Thank you.
I thought you were going to say he got better grades than you or something. Oh, he did. Oh, but thank you for that. Very good. Moving to 6B, a resolution recognizing the growing problem of anti-Semitism in the United States and calling for the adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism as an important tool to address the problem. I have a resolution that I would like to read in its entirety into the record. Whereas anti-Semitism, including harassment based on actual or perceived Jewish origin, ancestry, ethnicity, identity, affiliation, or faith, remains a persistent and disturbing problem in American society. Whereas the Jewish community continues to be targeted in the United States and is consistently the most likely of all religious groups to be victimized by incidents of hate. Whereas incidents motivated by anti-Semitism are increasing at an alarming rate. Whereas the deadliest attack to date against the American Jewish community took place on October 27, 2018, at Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where the senseless act of violence took the lives of 11 members of the Tree of Life, New Light, and Dor Hadash congregations. Whereas the Kansas Jewish community has experienced firsthand the deadly result of anti-Semitism when on April 13, 2014, 3 people lost their lives due to anti-Semitic attacks at the Jewish Community Center of Greater Kansas City and the Village Shalom, both located in Overland Park, Kansas. Whereas state officials and institutions have a responsibility to protect citizens from acts of hate and bigotry, including anti-Semitism, and must adopt the tools to do so. And whereas valid monitoring, informed analysis, investigation, and effective policymaking benefit from accurate and uniform definitions. Whereas in May 2016, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, by a consensus vote of its members, states, adopted a working definition of anti-Semitism. Whereas the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism includes 11 examples of contemporary anti-Semitism that captures some of the many ways anti-Semitism manifests itself, whether in public life, media, schools, the workplace, or the religious sphere. Whereas the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism has become the internationally recognized and authoritative definition used by governments, international organizations, and educational institutions. Whereas the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism is utilized by numerous government and law enforcement agencies, including the United States Department of State and the United States Department of Education, in monitoring, training, and education, and has been adopted through legislative or executive action in an increasing number of U.S. states. Whereas the City of Leawood recognizes the important contribution of the Jewish community and has created and maintained a close sister city relationship with the Regional Council of Gezer, Israel, since September 16, 2003, in the interest of peace and in the spirit of cooperation, tolerance, and mutual understanding between Leawood and the Gezer region. Whereas this long-standing relationship has been strengthened through active cultural and youth exchanges to further develop the relationship. Whereas the City of Leawood has commemorated this important relationship with the development of Gezer Park, a 10-acre park located at 133rd Street and Mission Road. Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the City of Leawood, Kansas, the City of Leawood adopts a non-legally binding International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, including the 11 contemporary examples. The governing body of the City of Leawood will ensure that the working definition of anti-Semitism is utilized as an educational resource and primary reference guiding supplemental curricula and training programs, making related materials available to guide the various local agencies regularly contending with and responsible for addressing anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination, which include all city departments. And finally, Section 3, nothing in this resolution shall be construed to diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of the State of Kansas. City clerk shall send certified copies of this resolution to the Jewish Community Relations Bureau, American Jewish Committee, and the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Osman, if you would like to make a motion to accept
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
this definition.
Before we do that, do we have anyone in the audience from JCRB this evening?
I wasn't told anyone would be here.
They said they may or may not be here this
all right.
evening. With that, before I make the motion, I don't often get that emotional, but unfortunately, in today's environment, words do hurt. Things matter, and my kids and my friends' kids have all been victims of anti-Semitism. There was a poll out recently that they sent to the Jewish community in Kansas City, and a startling 81% of students have been victims of severe anti-Semitism. I spoke about this with the council previously and was thrilled that unanimously there was no discussion. It was a resounding, how can we adopt this? Unfortunately, my brother a year ago is in the Kansas House, and he had to pass this resolution on the state of Kansas, but that does not let cities have that right. Each city has to adopt it. And I say unfortunately because I don't think that the human race needs to have people adopt this resolution, but unfortunately we're forced to. I'm proud that the city of Leawood is going to be the first in Kansas after the state to adopt this resolution. And with that, I make a motion to approve the resolution.
I heard a number of seconds, but I think maybe Ms. Phila might have been the first. Thank you very much, Mr. Osmond, for those comments. I also want to recognize Gabby Geller with the Jewish Community Relations Bureau, American Jewish Committee, for providing us the content for the specific language for this resolution. That was very helpful.
Yeah.
And certainly City Clerk Stephen Powell for putting it together. So,
Thank you.
very important, very important. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, it's approved, adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. We have no special business this evening. We go now to the consent agenda, items 8A through AE, and I would like to pull AB, and I'll ask, is there anything else? Mr. Sipple?
I would like to pull 8A, please.
8A. Anything else anyone wants to pull for discussion?
Seeing no others, I would move to approve the remaining consent agenda.
All right.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Asseltine, second from Mr. Sipple to approve the remaining consent agenda items. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. 8A is accept appropriation ordinance numbers 2022-53, 2022-54, 2022-55, 2022-56, 2023-1, 2023-2, and 2023-4. Mr. Sipple.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to recuse myself from voting on 8A because my wife's name is listed as a payee. She independently provides contract services to the Parks Department, so I'm going to recuse myself from voting on this.
All right. May I have a motion to approve this, please?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Rawlings, second from Ms. Larson. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? And a recusal from Mr. Sipple for reasons stated. Thank you. Going to 8AB, this is the Fire Department 2022 Annual Report. And I don't know if we have Chief Fitzgerald present. I simply wanted to compliment him and his department on the outstanding annual report. Chief Fitzgerald, I know you're no longer on the agenda to present this. It's now a consent agenda item, but I did want to pull it off and just recognize the outstanding work, a year's worth of activities put into just a few pages. And I know with your reaffirmation of international accreditation and ISO 1 and all of the things that you all do, this is very astounding and terrific. So that was the reason I pulled it off.
Second. Mayor.
Motion from Ms. Villa, second from, was that Mr. Asseltine? Mr. Sippel. Any other comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you, Chief. All right, going now to the committee recommendations, 9A. And this is a resolution approving a final plan and final plat for East Village, formerly Cameron's Court, Phase 1 and 2, located south of 133rd Street and east of Pawnee Lane. And I believe we have the developer present. But Mr. Klein, did you have anything you wanted to say before we begin with the presentation from the developer?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this application before you is for the final plan for the first and second phase of East Village, what used to be called Cameron's Court. Essentially, what it includes is 35 single-family residential. They're located along 133rd Street, and addition of 9 that is just to the south of those, so that 35 includes those 9 as that option area, if you recall, during the time of preliminary plan that we talked about. In addition to that, there is 12 twin villas. They're also located along 133rd Street, and there are 26 apartments for a total of 398 apartments. They're located there for a total of 404 units. It does include, as far as development of the Chadwick Park, but as far as with trees and the sidewalk that'll go around them so the park can be used immediately. There is a memo that is located on the dais with regard to amendment to stipulation number 7. Since they went ahead and they gave us some plans with regard to the Chadwick Park as far as providing the trees and the sidewalk, we were modifying stipulation number 7. It still would require that before you could have any TCO for any of the apartment buildings located in the second phase, that would have to be completed. In addition, it is stating that the kiosk area will actually be completed with the 2 brownstones that are flanking it on either side but aren't currently planned until the 3rd phase. And Chadwick Street would also connect down to 135th Street in this second phase as well.
Does that mean the retail that's planned for the kiosks?
Right, the kiosks will go in at the same time that the retail will on either side when it's constructed with those 2 brownstones.
Okay, and that's in front of us. This is this
Yes.
additional. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Klein. I am going to propose that we have a presentation now from the developer, followed by any questions you all have preliminarily. And then we will take the citizen comments of those citizens who've signed in to speak this evening. And since we don't have 30 of you, you'll be allowed the full 5 minutes to speak. And then we will have the developer respond to some of the things that you all comment on. Then we will come back to our own discussion and more questions and possible action this evening. And that is not different from what we've done when we've had a lot of citizen interest in these types of developments in the past. So with that, I would welcome the developer coming forward to make a presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Curtis Holland, Polsonelli Law Firm. For the record, my address is
Lost a mouse, it's not working. There we go. 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 meant to do this before this, but Mark told me to put it in when we got here. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
Thank you. I'll start over. Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Curtis Holland. I'm an attorney with the Polsonelli Law Firm. For the record, my address is 900 West 48th Place, Suite 900, Kansas City, Missouri. Would like to introduce our team, but first would also mention, as you can tell, Rick Odo, the developer, is not here tonight, but at least not in person. He is participating. He's available and here on by Zoom. He couldn't be here tonight. He had a pre-planned conflict, and so he can't be here in person, but is here by Zoom, and we'll probably hear from him maybe tonight. So with that, I would like to introduce Henry Clover, who was just here, and Rick, or I'm sorry, Henry's with Clover Architecture, and he's our project architect who has been on the project for the last several years we've been here. Also would like to introduce our engineering consultants, Schlegel Engineering. That's Dan Foster and Jeff Skidmore. They're both here to talk about any questions you might have with regards to grading, storm drainage, berming, and those kinds of things that might become questions. We also have our traffic engineer here, Jeff Wilkie with Kimley Horn. So our team is here. We're ready to answer any questions you might have about any of this stuff. And so I'll just dig into it a little bit. Henry's going to go through a PowerPoint. I'm going to take a couple of the first slides of it, but then Henry will take over and give you a presentation on the plan itself, some of which you've seen. We've made a few changes since we were here last time. I think it was in November when we were in front of you all. As you'll recall, we asked for a remand and did get a remand and went back to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission's heard this item twice now, in October and then in January of this year. Both times have recommended approval. The vote count has been 4-3, which is a close vote, right? The 3 no votes, I would suggest, were persons who did not agree with the zoning and the PDP. That was their concern, not necessarily the final plan itself, but the fact that they just thought it was shouldn't be, the plan itself wasn't what they expected. They were opposed to the density and all the other things and issues that got raised when we were here talking about the rezoning and the preliminary development plan. And so that's what those 3 votes were for, or against, rather. I did want to talk just briefly, not so much to you all, but to the residents, and that has to do with why we're here. We're here on a final plan and a final plat, which is a different application. And you all know that, but maybe they don't fully understand that. You've gotten a lot of comments from the residents, and there's a lot of concern still about the project. And a lot of the issues that they're bringing up have to do with the rezoning of it, the appropriateness of this plan, and so forth. And I would just suggest to the residents who may not understand how the process works necessarily, we're not here to really relitigate or debate again the rezoning or the preliminary development plan. Those issues were already decided. Those applications were already approved about a year ago. So we're not necessarily here to talk about the rezoning and whether this plan should be approved. It already is approved. We're only here really to talk about the final plan. There's just 2 considerations for this governing body, and that is whether our final plan is consistent and substantially consistent with the approved preliminary development plan. And the only other question then is whether or not our plan complies with the LDO, or the Leawood Development Code. And the answer in both cases are yes. And how do we know that? Well, your staff has reviewed our application. They've had it for months. We've gone back and forth with comments and corrections and updates to clarify what we're doing, and the staff's recommending approval. So your professional staff has looked at our final plan application, our final plat application, and determined that it does meet and comply with the approved PDP and does meet your Leawood zoning regulations and code. So with those 2 determinations, really, in our opinion, that's what this is about. Not about whether or not the PDP should have been approved, preliminary development plan, or whether or not it should have been rezoned. Those issues were already decided, and the time for all of that, I'm sorry, has passed. We're merely here now to implement the final plan in accordance with the preliminary development plan, and that's what we're here to do and what we're here to talk about. So with that, I want to go through just a couple of points, and then I'll turn it over to Henry. Henry. It's supposed to pop up here. There we go. As I just said, project plan, the final plan, the application in front of you is 100% compliant with the LDO and the approved plan, okay? That is what you're to determine with regard to this application. We aren't, again, going back to relitigate what was previously approved. We've saved an additional 2.2 acres of natural green space in the southeast corner. We'll show you that later on in Henry's presentation as he goes over the plan. The site plan is substantially the same as was approved. One difference is it has 7 less units. So when we talk about the number of units and the density, it's gone down. In fact, the density for this phase, these phases is 7.11 units per acre, which is less than half of what would be allowed under the MXD zoning by the code. So, again, in compliance. We've increased the green space to approximately 45%. The code minimum is 30%. So we meet that criteria. We're going to show you our public park spaces, and the bike trail that we've talked about on the east side of the project, so we'll go through that a little bit with you. Chadwick Park, staff has mentioned, has been moved up to Phase 2. It was in our Phase 3, and we're talking about the park area. With regard to the new stipulation, we just got right before the meeting started. We have a comment about that, but I'll talk about that in a second. And then next, we want to talk about landscaping, and in particular, the berms that are along 133rd Street. And I do have a couple of comments about the berms I'd like to make. You got a lot of comments about the berms. And so I just want to make a few points about the berms. And I know Henry and our other folks will talk about it too. First of all, just for as a point of clarification, berms are not required by the code, okay? These berms that we're talking about were voluntarily agreed to by the developer. So just to make that quick point. Second, the point of the berms isn't to screen the residents who live north of 133rd Street from us. The point of the berms is to provide screening for our residents and protection from 133rd Street. It's not a screening to give, or for them, looking at our property across the street. It's just for our residents and screening and buffering from the noise and so forth next to 133rd Street. So that's what the purpose of the berms are. We have increased the height of the berms. There was some question about whether or not we had berms. We do, and then whether or not they were tall enough. We've worked on our plans since we were here last. We've increased the height of the berms a little bit, and actually it cost us quite a bit of money to do that. We had to spend a couple $100,000 on drainage structures to allow for the increasing in the height of the berms, but we'll talk about those a little bit later. And we added some trees and more shrubs to our berms. We're going to have very nice berms. They're going to look substantially similar to what's on the north side, and we'll show that to you. We'll have a lot more trees and a lot more shrubs and greenery on our side, so we're very happy and proud of our berms. We're here to talk about the remand, or things that we changed since we were here last time. One of the items has to do with storm shelters. We've now changed the plan to include storm shelters in each one of our apartment buildings, and before that wasn't the case. Before we had a community shelter in two of them actually, in two of the apartment buildings, and instead, after talking with the staff and how your code works, it's a little bit different than other cities. We have now corrected it and updated our plan to include storm shelters in each of our apartment buildings. So now there's storm shelters available to all the residents throughout our development, and that includes the single family and the twin villas, which will have basements, and then these apartments, which have storm shelters, and we'll go through that a little bit with you. We talked about the additional acreage and green space and trees that we've saved in the southeast corner. Talked about the berms, won't go over that again. EV charging stations, we have re-looked at that. I know that was an issue that was raised with, by council when we were here last. We've updated our plan to include the infrastructure required to provide EV charging stations for everybody in the development. So we'll go over that a little bit with you. We also, with regard to our the mansion apartments that are here in front of you tonight, phase 2, we have added infrastructure to allow for future solar panels to be added to the rooftops of those apartment buildings. Dog park and community gardens, we'll talk about that. The additional design standards were provided for single-family homes. That was a comment that originally came out of the Planning Commission. We've updated our design guidelines for the single-family homes. But I did want to take a quick second to talk about architecture, because I know that's been an issue, and Henry's going to take most of this. But I will say this, that there was no approval of any design or architecture when we did the preliminary development plan. In fact, there's a specific stipulation that says we're not approving anything that you're showing us with regard to these plans. And I feel like it's been taken a little bit out of context, because now there's this discussion about, oh, we showed pitched roofs and gabled roofs. And yeah, those were pictures that we showed of Villa Milano to represent what a mansion-style apartment building looks like. And our buildings do look like that in terms of the size and the footprint. But it wasn't intended to represent that we were going to do pitched or gabled roofs for those buildings, because it hadn't been designed yet, hadn't been approved yet by anybody. That was to come with the final plan, which is what we're doing here tonight. So we have that. We can talk a little bit more about those, but I did want to mention that the other MXD projects that you all have approved in the city have a very similar design in terms of the multifamily as this building does. So we think we're consistent with what you've previously approved. Really, I would say on behalf of my client, he's the one that's spending the money to build them, and we'd like some deference given to what he would like to have. So with that, the only other thing I would mention before I turn it over to Henry has to do with traffic calming. And there's been a whole lot of discussion about traffic calming. And when we were here last time, we had an agreement. I know there was some folks who may not have liked the way that was presented in terms of a process. And I'm not sure we're going to make them any happier. But I will say that I've had lots of discussions with city attorney, and we've agreed to a stipulation. It's in your packet, and we can go over that if and when you'd like to. And with that, I'll turn this over to Henry, and then Madam Mayor, if there, I know the folks will want to come up and say whatever they want to say, obviously. I heard First Amendment tonight. I really am a big proponent of that, and so they can say whatever they want. Even if they want to talk about the golden criteria, which we're not here to talk about. But then I'd like to have a little chance for some rebuttal, if you will, or comment back. Thank you.
And you will have that.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
And then, Henry, are you here? I'm going to give it the presentation to him. Thank you very much. Unless you have any questions for him, I'm sorry.
I think after Henry presents, then we might have some questions for you before the citizen comments. The gentlemen that are standing back against the door, are you just lacking chairs, or did you want to stand? I'm perfectly fine standing. I like standing. Okay, because I was going to say, I know we can, if you want to sit together, we can bring chairs in for you, whatever. I sit all day, so I'm happy. All right, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clover.
Henry Clover, Clover Architects, 8813 Penrose Lane, Lenexa, Kansas. Very much my pleasure to be in front of you again, Mayor and council members. I think I skipped something. There it is. This is the overview. The shaded area with the actual colors is the actual phasing. So the phase 1 is the residential the street will be put in, which is the single-family homes. And then the phase 2 will be the mansion-style buildings, the brownstones and the twin villas, and also the clubhouse. So it's first get the residential infrastructure in for the single family, and then get them under construction, and then start the second phase. Added to it was Chadwick Park, and it will connect all the way down to 135th Street, including all the and High Drive, So the basic infrastructure from Kenneth to Chadwick to High Drive will all be in place with Phase 1 and Phase 2. As Curtis noted, a lot of the purpose of the remand initially was because we misinterpreted the residential and community shelter code, and it came as a late interpretation. So what we've done is what you see in front of you is the 12-unit plan. Each of these, the 12 and the 14, I had an additional garage, and the garages are now, that you see in the red hatch and also located by the arrow in the rendering, is a location of, in each of the buildings of where the shelter will be. We also put in, because you see off to the right in the rendering, you see the 2 doors. They have to have 2 doors, one way in, one way out. One door has to swing in, one door has to swing out. We also put a spandrel window in there, which we discussed with the Planning Commission to keep it from just being a blank wall. This is a different overall view that you see, and where you see it in there again on the 12 unit. The 14 unit is handled very similar. You can see it's down in the corner. Again, that will be the community or the residential shelter for each building. Again, treated the same. And this rendering is actually on the other side, which was the purpose for the red area, to show you where it is. The walkout 12 units did not have an extra garage, so to keep it symmetrical, we added a garage also to increase the count, and it included the garage. So the blue is the additional garage space, and the red, or the red shade, is the location for the storm shelter in the 12-unit building. This is talk about the green space. What did change in the plan, and we communicated it with the Planning Commission, is that we did lose a building down in this bottom southwest corner. It saved about 2.22 acres of natural green space and trees down in the corner from the PDP approval.
Can you point to that, what corner you're?
I might back up to the overall plan, it might help. It's not moving as fast as I would like it to.
Could you reiterate your comment about the windows, that they're not real windows?
In the storm shelters, they're not, because you
Right, okay.
can't, there's going to be concrete walls inside of it, and you can't have.
It's just a show window.
Yeah, well, it's to keep it from just being a blank wall.
Thank you.
And that was actually discussed at the Planning Commission. I'm not sure if you can see the cursor, but this
Yes,
is
I
the area we're
can, yeah.
talking about down here. And the only other real difference between this and the original plan was there was some reorientation. Oh, excuse me, it moved on me. There was some reorientation of the high drive to get it to function better, which modified the brownstones a little bit. But those are the only real 2 changes between the PDP and this plan. So, any other questions on that, or should I kind of move on?
No, thank you. Thank you for that.
No problem. Just I keep pushing the button and it moves really slow.
Can you go back to the,
This one?
yeah, where we had the location question?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you make that change?
It was for waterway and natural resources purposes. We originally had the detention basin where the trees are, came about that we couldn't actually do that, so we moved the detention basin to the west and made the area right adjacent to the Kenneth Drive access is now just natural land, woodlands. So originally it was going to be the detention. And I want to get this right, so I'm going to look up the exact notes, because the landscaping along 133rd Street will be extensive. There is 237 additional trees along that street above ordinance, which would require 83. And we went back and added 136 undershrubs or plantings that would be underneath along that change.
Can you say that again?
The numbers?
I don't think your microphone is either.
There are 237 additional trees, and the landscape architect's here, so he can answer it more directly. 237 additional trees were 88, above the 88 trees that are required by ordinance along 133rd Street. And an additional, because there was some conversation about undershrubs on the berms, 136 undershrubs, which are basically smaller and shorter trees and plantings and berms and hedges, or not hedges, but deciduous plants that would be on the berm underneath. There's been quite a bit of discussion about the berms, but in this particular case, the overall green area has increased to 45%, which is 50% above ordinance. This is a rendering that we put together specifically. It is basically just to the north of the Twin Villas, and it is looking at the berm and the landscaping, and they put it in exactly as much as they could within inches of the trees and the plantings that would be there and the berm, and this is showing what they project to be a 5-year growth. This is the overview. You've seen this kind of diagram before of the berming in between, and this is.
Can you back up us an
Yes, one.
It takes me a while to get oriented to your slides. Thank you.
Okay. I've looked at them for days, so I understand. So.
Okay. So, okay, thank you.
What you're seeing is the existing residential, and that's taken off the heights of the buildings off of Google Earth. You got 133rd Street, then you got the single family. You got additional second single family, and this is the west cut. And then that would be the future luxury apartments off to the left from there. It shows the sightline triangles again that we went through previously that go from the second story window. Then the sightline study below is very similar. It has the residential and the Twin Villas and moves down through the luxury apartment, not the luxury apartments, but the mansion-style buildings. This is a blow-up of it, and it's also a diagram to show you that when you do the rise to run at a 3.5 to 1, every foot means you're going 7 more feet into the property. But the real genesis of this is that we went through and looked at the existing and the berms and the heights, and the civil engineers are here, and we can get into a lot more detail if you want to. But these are some of the houses just across. I mean, some of them don't have any berms at all. This is to the north. Another set of houses a little bit further down the road that also don't have any berms or under plantings. But the specifics, and this is the overview of the grading plan that has all of the specifics on it. And we went through and we tried to be as similar as possible. So if you go to the very top, you'll see that it says 5 feet. And that one's a little bit difficult to read, but I think it's also 5 feet. Then it goes to 6 foot and 6'6". Then it goes, and I probably need to slow down and explain this because on the top side of this is the existing contours from across the road. The below is the proposed. So on the top side, if you have a 5-foot berm, then you have a very similar height berm on the bottom. The next one over to the east, which is just to the right of that, is showing a 6-foot height, and then a 6-foot height that's on the East Village. Next to that again is a 5-foot on the north, and then a 4'6" on the back, on the bottom side of that in East Village. The next slide below shows you that going further over to, you can see that's Chadwick Park. It's 3 feet on the north side. On the East Village side, it's 4 feet. The next one is 5 and 5, so it's 5 on each side of the road. The next one to that is 3'9" and then 4 feet. And then continuing down to the Twin Villas, you'll see that there's a 5-foot and a 5-foot on either side of the road. The next one in is 3'3", and I believe it's a foot higher, it's 4'3", and then you can see there's 5 and 5. But there was also a lot of discussion about it's on a hill. When you're going down a road that has a slope, you're either above or below a berm at any time. And because all the water has to get out of there, none of these houses are sitting in a hole. So for reality, and the engineers can confirm this, 18 of the 24 houses are either at or above the berm height. That's the reason you can see them, because there's a swale inside, and the swale is usually a foot or two down. On our side, there's a swale inside, which is a foot or two down. Now, the owners have gone to great expense, or Rick Otto has, to add all of the stormwater system additional to make sure that we could get this done. Happy to go in great detail, but the heights are very comparable, and what we said we'd do, we did, which was we would raise them as high as we possibly could. And there are limitations. So just because no one wants to have their house in a hole that gets flooded. This is a massing diagram. We went and got to Google Earth, and we found a house. Nobody that was in any of the meetings that we were aware of. But it shows you that you got a building that's about 80 feet wide, 29 feet tall. It's a 3,500 square foot house, and it is very comparable mass to the mansion-style buildings. And if it was a 5,000 square foot building or residential home, it would actually be bigger. So the genesis of this is that from a mass standpoint, the buildings are tucked in tight. This is the EV discussion that came up. The red is the 4 that are going in immediately with the clubhouse. And then for future, we are plugging in 5 additional locations of 2 each that will have conduits and pole wire that'll go to house panels, so they can easily be added. The staff and I had worked on a stipulation, which we've agreed to, on how to deal with the future with the garages. Each of the garages will have and not to get too technical, but we kind of went round and round on this, but we're gonna have a convenience outlet. We'll have the proper wire size to be able to turn it into a 2-pole, 40 amp, and the staff said capacity. So it'll be designed in advance so that when a resident comes in, and this is coming from necessity because this has started to come up on other properties that Rick has. And so they've had to figure out a way to get it done. And we've talked to the engineers how to do it, but enough to say that we can't just put in what we feel like, because the power company is not going to let us do that. Because historically, an average in the US, there's like a 1% people have EVs, and renters are 0.25. Now, obviously, Leawood's affluent, and we would expect there to be a lot more. But if it beats the national average by 5, for renters it's 2, and if it's on the high side, it'd be 5 or 6 places. So every unit, every garage is going to be set up to be changed, because we don't know where they're going to go. But that's the future of it. And also the other part that we've had discussions with staff is that the power company has limitations. We can't go in and say, hey, we want to put another 6,000 amps in just for the future, because they won't let us. So this is obviously something that's coming, and we're trying to be prepared for it. The other thing is also the infrastructure. The beauty of the flat roofs is a regular house would be 25 to 30% of the actual roof could be used. And also from an aesthetic standpoint, they would all be facing toward 135th. This allows us to put the infrastructure in. You can put in conduits and actual boots on the roof to get conduits and power to the electrical panels quickly. Have the structure and infrastructure there that you can put them on the roof quickly. You can't do that you can do it with asphalt shingles, but you couldn't do it with a hard surface. You can't mount solar panels to them very easily. So obviously we've agreed to get all the infrastructure in for those as well. These are the 9 parks that have been added. There's a dog park and there's a community garden. There is a total of, no, it's not there, 4.95 or 4.94 acres of total green space. Now this is just the first 2 phases. Half of the park that's labeled 8 is still going to be built in the future, as well as other areas. So it will far exceed the previous approval. I think we had 5.4 total. We're going to be above 6 now, I believe, total with the parks that will be installed with the walkways. We added more detail to the community garden to put in the planter boxes and obviously the places for watering and benches for people to sit and planters. We also added more detail for the dog park, which we're right now planning on having a fence and a sally port and play structures for the dogs in. And the facilities were also in the clubhouse. It also has a very nice not watering, but dog wash and drying station as well that is very popular. One of the other things we had to do was modify and add to the design standards that was requested for the single family. They are, again, intended to be contemporary to blend as well as transitional being using traditional elements in different ways, off-center. That was added. The next step is obviously compatibility. This is the images you see across of the project that would be in the first couple phases. These are the images that would go in completely. Across the top, you have the mansion-style buildings and the twin villas to the right. The middle row is the brownstones, the single family, and then that's the walk outside of the 12 unit. Then the lower images are the office buildings, the retail. The one slightly to the left, all the way to the right is the luxury apartments with the retail along Pawnee, and then the one to the left of that is the part that was discussed that would go in Chadwick Park in the future, which is the retail along with the brownstones. From the beginning, we've wanted to be compatible, and we were told that we needed to be consistent and compatible in the ordinances, and actually the guidelines actually tell you that. What you see in the bottom right corner is, and I'm grateful to say this is also another one of our projects, which is the 135, which is very similar in design and standards. So we're looking at this from the image coming down 135th Street, and what people will see, that's a 5-story building on the other side of the street, and it's a very contemporary looking building. Our buildings and product will be very similar to that as well. It's also consistent with the other projects we've recently approved, which is the 86th and State Line, and very consistent. This bottom image is the brownstones or walkouts or whatever you want to call them that are going into Park Place with the apartments behind it, which are right across the street from City Hall and also right across the street from those really nice houses that are along the way that I come in every day and see when I come to visit. Go quick, these are just a run through of the images. I'm happy to back up and show you any ones you want, but we've got different styles and different materials. There's a stone version, style 1. This is the rear of the walkout. Style 2, which is more brick. Rear of the walkout, more brick. This is the 12-unit style 1. Style 1 again. The brick style 2 version. The 12-unit style 2. Not to belabor it, 14, so they're all very similar, but they're different colors and patterns. And then style 2 of the 14 unit. And then the brownstones, which we are particularly excited about because the whole goal in getting the brownstones was to create, which you have kind of similar over on Park Place, which is to have the front porches. We've got balconies off bedrooms on the upper level, intended to activate and engage the street, which is also the reason we originally got the 30-foot setback deviation to try and get them as close as possible. This is the clubhouse, which will be built with the second phase, which will include obviously a lot of amenities, community kitchen, mail rooms, dog wash, and the pool and fitness area, which this will be a very nice pool with an infinity edge. So that's kind of the end of the presentation. Hopefully we didn't belabor it too much, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. Before I open it to questions, you referenced these, so pages 275 and 277 in our packet are the proposed new stipulations. One is regarding traffic calming, and the other two are the EV charging stations and the solar. And I just want to get any acquiescence or acceptance of these on the record. And maybe it's Mr. Holland.
I'll let Mr. Holland
Since
talk
he's
about
walking
the
forward.
traffic, but the stipulations on the EV and the power and those things we worked through with staff and Travis, and we've agreed to them.
Okay, great. And your other stipulation that you brought this evening regarding the kiosks, who knows the square footage that will be included in the retail in those? Is it Mr. Holland, or do you know?
I'd have to go to the drawings and look at them. There was retail on either side, plus there was kind of that kiosk area in the middle. I don't have them in my mind, but the reason we brought it up is because the stipulation said that we would, it basically, because originally we didn't have Chadwick Park included, and so there was a stipulation that we'd have to come back and do a separate final plan, but with the remand, we got everything included. But it still said we were coming back with a separate final plan for Chadwick Park. And the answer is no. Chadwick Park, we're doing what we say we're going to do. The only thing that Mark wanted to make sure is that obviously when we do the brownstones and we do the retail and we do the amenities and all the stuff that would be there in the park, that would be a new final plan, which is what we've agreed to.
So while Mr. Holland's talking, if you can have that for us maybe after the citizen comments. I know it's going to be important to the citizens to know how much retail you're talking about, because that was something we heard over and over, that they wanted some of that.
That's not changed. I mean, the preliminary plan is staying the same, and we're not planning to do anything different, if not add to it if there's more activity.
But if you can give us the square footage,
Yeah, I can reach out to.
that's all I,
Patrick is not here tonight. Last week he was here, or last time he was here with a computer and he could look it up, but he's actually sick as well.
oh,
And so we didn't want to bring a flu bug into the
well,
building.
we're glad of that.
So
Yeah,
I will text him and see if he can answer the question.
okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Clover.
Thank you. I would say with regard to the new revised stipulation regarding the amenity area here and the kiosk, that we are in agreement basically with it, but it says Phase 3, and we're talking about, on our side, either Phase 3 or 4. So just a slight change in the timing for when that would be done, the kiosk area.
Oh, I thought you said the kiosk area would be Phase 2.
So no, so just to clarify, this is a draft stipulation that planning staff came up with that they handed to us 5 minutes before we got here. We didn't come up with it. I'll say we didn't come up with the language. We didn't come up with the specific wording. We did talk about, I know Mr. Clover did talk to Mark Klein about the stipulation with regard to having a final plan for Chadwick Park. And I think what he was simply saying here is we already have Chadwick Park in our final plan with this application here. We're now just merely talking about the kiosk part of it. We aren't planning to put the kiosk part in right now.
The kiosk is what's being shown in this photo right now.
Yes, right there.
And so you've got the plans to be approved, but you aren't building it in Phase 1 or 2.
So that's a picture of the development. Yes, you're correct. The kiosk has never been part of the second phase.
Okay. So you're just
It's the
clarifying?
park area. There's trees and landscaping and green space that we're providing right now. And we're providing, planning on building the kiosk element later when we do the brownstones and add the additional retails the mayor was just talking about. So that's a later plan. We're going to be here on a new final plan for that part of it.
All right, I was misunderstanding and misreading this. I guess in parents it says, with the exception of the kiosk.
I don't have that. No one has given me the stipulation. It's in an email, so
I think Mr. Klein probably
it's hard
has
to
one.
even speak to it.
Actually, I have an extra page, if you'd like this. Sure, absolutely.
Madam Mayor, I've got a quick question.
Okay,
I'm having a difficult time differentiating terminology here.
Okay, sure.
So you build Phase 1, you build Phase 2, which is the mansion style, and then the 12 units, 14 units. You're then going to build this little ring with a park in it, but you're not going to put anything in it at this time.
We're building the park, part of it, the green
But,
space.
okay, so you
but
see this area that is a circle with parking and everything on.
So that central part will be there. I think the roads are going to be there. Everything will be there. In fact, we moved this part up from Phase 3 to Phase 2. What I'm talking specifically about is that little kiosk with
the amenity.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
Can I jump-
any
sorry.
retail that is going to be built in Phase 1 or Phase 2?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Can I jump in? This is Rick Odo. If I can jump in, I think I can help with confusion. We were asked, originally, we weren't going to build any part of Chadwick Park with Phase 1 or 2. Staff asked us to put in the street of Chadwick so they can get in and out easily in that area. We happily obliged it, said that'd be fine. What I don't want to do is build there are 6 brownstone buildings with the overall plan. The 2 that we're building now are on High Drive, not anywhere near Chadwick. So when we design the 4 brownstones around Chadwick, we'll design the kiosks and all that. I personally think we should not have any design plans for Chadwick Park until we do 3 and 4, so we know that's very cohesive. We know what's happening. We know what's at the time what the people want. So at this time, Phases 1 and 2, there's no retail. The retail comes in Phase 3. I would rather just simply say we'll put in the landscaping on the north 3/4 of Chadwick Park, the sod, and do the landscaping, and leave everything else till we design and build 3 and 4. I just don't. It's so far off. It's a couple of years, 3 years out, that I think we're getting the cart in front of the horse on that. So if you don't mind, that's how I'd like to do it. I'm trying to find a good, strong compromise here, since it's just hit us literally, 5 minutes before the meeting started. Is that acceptable?
I guess, Mr. Klein, do you have any comments, since you're the one that provided this?
Yes, actually, Mr. Odo, when he was stating originally when we got the plans in, they weren't going to construct as far as Chadwick going down to 135th Street, including as far as the park wasn't going to be constructed either. Staff had some concerns about that because as you added the apartments that were over to the east, they would need some place to funnel, and the only place to funnel out would be eventually kind of over to Pawnee or High Drive, and then possibly up to 133rd Street. And so we thought it was important that he construct Chadwick Street all the way down to 135th Street. And the stipulation is basically that they can't get any final TCOs for the apartments until that street is connected, because we wanted to make sure before people moved in that the street was there and they can actually use it. Since that street was being completed, it made sense to us that that park also be constructed as well. And talking with the applicant, he was willing to go ahead and make it kind of a passive park. So what they're proposing is to have, as far as the park with the green area, the street trees that would go around it, and then they had a 6-foot sidewalk that wrapped around that. And that's what they were going to construct as far as with the second phase. When they went to the Planning Commission the first time, however, they hadn't given us any plans for Chadwick Park at all. And so we had that stipulation in there that what you currently have in is number 7, indicating that they would have to complete that park and come back as a final plan, as a separate final plan to go through. But between, as far as when the Planning Commission first heard it, to now, they provided us plans like that. So they actually were meeting that stipulation of providing the plans for the central part where they actually have the green area, the street trees, the sidewalk that goes around. But they didn't intend it as far as to do the kiosk until really it tied in with the retail that was located on the east and the west side that was being constructed with the brownstones.
So the green space will be there as part of phase 2?
The green space is going to be there as
It's
part
just
of the
not the
phase
kiosk
2,
and all
but
that.
not the kiosk, and that would be programmed when they actually do the retail that's being done with the 2 brownstones that are on the east and west side of it.
And you mentioned 6-foot sidewalks, but was that not in fact changed to 5-foot?
On this one, Henry, I think it was 6 foot when I measured it.
It's
as far.
it stays 6 foot.
Okay. With 5 foot everywhere except for High Drive. It did get changed at Planning Commission.
That's what I recalled. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Okay, Mr. Holland, just one more comments about the traffic calming stipulation suggested by staff, and then I'll turn it over to council members for other questions.
Well, yes. So we, as I mentioned when I was up here originally, we have worked with your city attorney on language that would require my client to put up a $200,000 letter of credit to offset mitigation or offset traffic calming, and that we would do that. What's going to happen as we envision it is that there's a public works committee of the council that will take this on. There'll be meetings with the residents about what they want to see, their alternatives, I guess, some estimating of what that might cost, and then that would go through the Public Works Committee and then land with you, and you all would determine what would be needed or what should be done for traffic calming. We already know from your Public Works Director that speed tables would cost $30,000 We said, my client said that he would, be willing to donate, if you will, no strings attached, to $30,000. We tried to have that in an agreement that was heard by you last November that we ended up not getting an agreement on. But we've put the concept of that back into the stipulation where we're offering up $30,000, no plan for reimbursement. Anything in excess of that that gets decided by the council with the input of the residents, if they want a more expensive option that's different than that, then they're free to do all of that. We've also, indicated that we would look forward 2 years to see what that might be needed when our development is up and running, so to speak. There is a reimbursement period for anything over $30,000 that's fairly generous. It's a 5-year reimbursement period after the last CO on the buildings. So could be a long time for us to get reimbursed. But it was something that we've agreed to, at least we've talked about with the city attorney. And there's a stipulation, a draft of a stipulation in your packet there for you. And we can talk about anything you want about that and about what the residents think they should get and should have. They've all mentioned that we need Rick Odo to pay $200,000 to do traffic calming. I mean, we get that, but we don't know yet what traffic calming is. And I'm not sure, we're not sitting here today knowing what that is. It's something for you all to look at and evaluate and get input with the residents and determine what works best for them.
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
thank you. Mr. Osmond?
Thank you. So I think that we've had 2 very productive, led by Julie Kane, Public Works meetings so far. We've had discussions, interactions with the residents. I don't believe anything is finalized, but I need help understanding a couple things as it relates to what does it mean with a line of credit? What does it mean with amount of money? So I'm going to just throw out numbers. Staff said $30,000 for speed tables or whatever the residents, Public Works brings back to staff to then come to us. But the ultimate final price is $80,000. We all know that. What happens with that $200,000 line of credit? Who pays for it? And so where's that extra 50 grand come from? Who's paying it? I don't understand.
It's a drawdown letter of credit, so it would be paid for by the developer, the extra 50, subject to reimbursement in any which way you all decide. Anything above 30.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're paying for it, and then a year, 2 years later, whenever that happens, city, residents, someone pays and reimburses the 50 grand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we know that 30,000 is what it takes to do traffic calming. If you all decide something else is better or different or more expensive than that, that's on whoever wants to do that.
And to clarify again, and I think Mr. Osmond said it, the 30,000 is not reimbursed.
That's
Right,
correct.
the spread, the difference between 80 and 30 is
Right.
50.
Anything over that, right.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll have some questions, and they might be directed at you or our staff.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Sipple, Ms. Phila, and Ms. Larson, did you have your hand up? Okay. Mr. Sipple, Ms. Phila.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to get a little more into the weeds on the EV charging stations. I'm a little confused as to what's going to be provided and what skeleton is there for future enhancements. So as I understood what you said, in phase 1 and 2, for the single family, the duplexes, and the mansion style are in the first 2 phases, right?
Yes, sir.
In the garages, you're going to provide the conduit and the wiring that will satisfy the needs of a Tesla or whatever if they would do that. Now, what is going to be left you got two things. One of them is going to be rent and the other is going to be purchase.
Right.
So for a purchaser, is it going to be ready to go when they buy the house or the duplex? Is it going to be wired to charge an electric battery, electric car?
No.
Okay, so what additional things will the new homeowner have to do, either with Evergy or with an electrical contractor, to get him ready to charge his brand-new car?
If I could jump in and answer this is Rick Odo again. I'm sorry for speaking in on this. The single-family homeowners will have them conduit to the garages, same with the twin villas. But as they buy the units, most of these are all going to be custom, they'll be able to tell us right up front if they want 220 power brought in from the beginning. But we will have them wired like the apartments so that if they ever need to put in, more than 110 charging, because you can't charge cars with 110. 220 is much preferred. But we'll have them easily converted over just like we will with the villas. Just like we will with the apartments.
So on the single family and the duplexes, the new homeowner will have additional expense to wire it, put a panel in. You say the conduit and the electrical wire in the conduit will go from the panel to the garage, so they will only have to what, add the plug system and a new breaker box?
Yes.
Okay, so it's,
Basically, it's a two-pole system, and you've got those plugs you see that you have, that have the three that you see for your washer and dryers.
right. Okay, so.
You don't want to put that into a garage. We do not want people using that. So there's still going to be a convenience outlet there. But the wiring will be sized back to the panel and be dedicated so that you can take the single pole and turn it into a two-pole and change it from a 120 volt to a 208 volt.
Okay, not
But so it's going to be set up so it's a cost of an outlet and a cost of a breaker. And Rick, I think you've already done it. So do you remember the amount it costs to do that?
Yeah, we have to replace the 220s, the 120 there with two double pole 20s, which is like $35-40. And then the new outlet's like $17-18 and probably about an hour of labor. So it's very low cost to convert. And this is what everybody, if you have the power, it's a very inexpensive conversion. You just simply plug your power pack into our outlet, just like you do a dryer. You just plug your dryer into the outlet provided.
I'm not an electrical engineer, but will the homeowner then lose the 120 outlet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so what are you going to do for the rental units? Are you going to?
That's what we're doing for all of them.
All of them?
Yes.
But I mean, when you get to a rental unit, they'll have to appeal to Mr. Odo's property manager to say that I want a 220 outlet so I can charge my Tesla. How does that work?
They're actually doing it today, and the reason we know this is because he's gotten a couple. But I think the thing you need to understand is that from a percentage standpoint, there are very few, particularly in rentals. Rentals is 0.25 of 1% that have rental cars, have EVs and rental cars. Now, I also had 3 employees that had Teslas. They use them as commuter cars. They plug them in. They didn't change it out. They plug them into the 110, which powers up enough for them to drive every day to work. And also technology is changing. So actually what you're getting is going to be much more than you would normally get. So, I mean, from a standpoint of usability.
I don't know if I'll agree with that, because what I've read is plugging it into a 110 outlet only gets you like a very few miles per hour. But
yes, it does.
That's another discussion. I just wanted to make sure that it's relatively simple for a homeowner to get his charging station in his own garage. And from what Mr. Odo said, it's a couple $100.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not even a couple of $100, but the 110, you can get anywhere from 30 to 40 miles a night on a 10-hour charge, which is enough for the commuter.
And on page 277, there is a bulleted line after the stipulation proposed that says, if applicable building codes are adopted that provide greater requirements than the stipulations at the time of building permit application, then those greater requirements would apply. So I'm just pointing that out to
That's
make
true.
sure you all see that. I'm wondering, honestly, if we should hear from the citizens before you all go on with your questions, because I think we're getting into a lot of details, and you're going to have plenty of time for questions. So why don't we go to the citizens as they've signed in to speak, and after that, we will have the developer comment on those and then take more discussion by all of us. So if you'll come forward and state your name and address for the record, and if you can keep your comments to 5 minutes, that would be appreciated. And I want to thank you all for all of the communications. We've had lots of communication. We do appreciate it. Steve Durer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Steve Dewar, 2211 West 132nd Street. First, I want to address safe streets. From the annual police report in tonight's packet, we know 2 of the 3 most dangerous intersections in Leawood bracket this proposed development. We also know that the development will generate 20,000 trips each day. Restriping will eliminate many feet of the South Loop bike lanes. There will be more walkers, more bikers. People are still going to have to jaywalk to cross the street, and motorists are still going to speed up and down the street. If this passes, this could become a safety nightmare, and safety should be our overriding priority. 1 year ago, the city said they had a plan for 133rd Street. So far, where is it? It's time to get it on paper, get it on the schedule. The city must start taking appropriate action now rather than waiting till it's too late. Secondly, on January 30th, Mark Klein submitted a memo requesting a stipulation covering solar and EV charging infrastructure. I don't see that on your resolution. I hope the council will take appropriate or have the foresight to adopt this important stipulation. Third, this is a once-in-a-lifetime project, and Leawood deserves an A-quality plan. This plan has too many red flags and too little support. From the radical style makeover, forgetting required storm shelters, excessive deviation requests, narrowed sidewalks, lowered berms, alleged misunderstandings, and they can't even stick with the name. So let's just call it what it is, East Village of Lenexa. Details matter, and until every detail is settled, every I dotted and T crossed, it would be a mistake to move forward. Mayor Dunn, last year you cast the deciding vote with the caveat that you were expecting some changes. You have to ask, are these the changes you expected? And one last comment was last year this chamber was full. You had over 1,700 people who had signed a petition protesting this development. And where are they tonight? I have not talked to one person who has changed their mind about this project, but they have changed their mind about having a voice in this chamber. And I think that is tragic. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Durr. I'm going to have to request you not applaud, please. Thank you. John Kelly III.
Hi, good evening. John Kelly, 12800 Howe Drive in Leawood. I'm here tonight to talk about traffic calming situation and the berm engineering that we've seen. I hope I get to the berms. You all know that there's a traffic calming petition that's in process at the Public Works Committee. There's many impacts of new development, and one of the primary and most significant ones is public safety. The developer has steadfastly, refused to offer, more than $30,000, and going through the process so far in a traffic calming, that's not going to be enough money. You know, and the 30,000 pales in comparison to other impacts that the city imposes on the developer. There's $160,000 for a park impact fee. There's a special corridor fee of $158,000. And then there's $400,000 for a new intersection at 135th and High Drive. The developer could merely say, you know, what have I got to do with it, with a fully signalized intersection at 131st and High Drive? But that's over $700,000 he has to provide for impacts. All we're asking for is some sufficient funds for traffic calming. Now, the former city administrator knew that traffic calming, a well-designed plan, would cost a lot of money, probably six figures. He stated $200,000. Mr. Holland is creating facts. The first stipulation that came out was the memo of $200K. The $30,000 stipulation just came up last fall in a stipulation at the planning commission. The new stipulation heavily implies that the residents may need to pay for more than $30,000. And as Mr. Osmond pointed out at the first Public Works Commission meeting, we have traffic islands, we have curb outs, we have other features. The $30,000 number came from Mr. Lay just 3 or 4 months ago, that he said, oh, the city can do it ourselves for $30,000. Those are not properly designed intersection speed tables, concrete that will last through snow removal and for many years. The conversations Mr. Holland has been having with the city attorney are in a vacuum. There was a petition that was put out that complied with the traffic calming policy of over 85% of the residents along the corridor. It's 1.5 miles. How can you do anything for $30,000? And actually, your staff's working on some pretty nice features that the residents would accept, and every one of them is $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 in ourselves in 2017 dollars. So all this doesn't add up. We don't know how the conversation went with the city administrator, the former city administrator, and the developer, but he said $200,000. We don't know what the developer said, but now the developer claims he might have said $30,000. So we're asking for the city to have some vision, leadership, do some negotiation. The developer knows how to negotiate. He's building a multi-$100-million project. So get up to speed with him and talk to him. And the next thing I want to talk about is the berms. Now, I'm not sure what cross-sections that Mr. Clover was showing tonight. Maybe they've revised them, but this packet came out 3 or 4 days ago. It doesn't look anything different than what was at the Planning Commission a couple of months ago. I can show you the one slide, if I may. He's talking about having berms. And the extreme case in the TV 9 and 11, there's no berm shown, zero. It's just an upslope. He's raising the existing grade 10 to 15 feet, putting a 20-foot building on there. There is no berm. There's no attempt at shielding. And the other thing unusual that for a stipulation to read that berms will be 0 to 2 feet, that's simply not logical. 2 feet is a mound. You could build one with a wheelbarrow in your backyard. And also, also researching this, it's kind of unusual that there's no letters of concurrence from the United States Corps of Engineers, the county stormwater officials, FEMA, anyone. When you're raising the grade on the church side of the property, from 10 to 20 feet. And you have an important drainage feature there. It's highly unusual not to have at least a letter of concurrence from the permitting people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Adam Braille, I have as available on Zoom. Is he available?
Yep, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you. Yes, and now we can see you as well. So if you could state your name and address, please.
Okay. Adam Brawl, address is 13213 High Drive. John actually said a lot of really good things. He kind of stole a lot of my thunder. So I will bring in my secret weapon and show you guys Lily. She is my 4-year-old daughter. She just turned 5 a couple days ago, actually.
I'm 4 years old anymore. I'm
Yep.
5.
So the problem that I have with what is being proposed here today is really in regards to that 132nd Street corridor. So as it is today, that corridor is very highly trafficked. A lot of people cut through. A lot of people tend to go pretty fast. The speed limit is somewhere around 25 or 30 miles an hour. People go way above that. I think we have plenty of data to support that. With this project going in, of course, it's going to go in probably sooner or later, right? And I actually support, we should be doing stuff with some of that land. That's fine. The biggest problem that I have with all of this is effectively what's going to happen as a result of this, right? No matter how you want to argue it, there is going to be more traffic. There are going to be more people. And as it stands, that is going to make it a more dangerous situation, right? Hopefully everybody can kind of understand that. I get really worried about this. This little one right here likes to run around. At the current time, I don't really let her run around in the front yard because of the dangers of that street. And we are going through a lot of the ins and outs of the public works meetings to understand how we can abate that danger, right? I get a little frustrated and a little concerned and a little bit angry, really, when I hear some of the stuff that was thrown out earlier tonight, and that is kind of being slipped into some of these extra stipulations with this project, where initially there was the $200,000 letter of credit that was going to be given to address traffic calming. Now it is that $30,000 lower bar, and anything above that is going to be reimbursed to the developer. Now I'm seeing that there's the potential that it actually is a special district, which is basically going to be the people that live on that street, AKA myself, that is going to have to reimburse the developer for any dollar amount over $30,000. Okay, that's all one thing that really concerns me because this seems to be double messaging, right? Now, on top of that, from my point of view, what you're effectively saying is that this project is going to happen whether I like it or not, okay? I've already kind of said no. A lot of us have said no, but it's kind of getting pushed forward whether we like it or not. That's one thing. The second thing is it's going to make my street more dangerous, right? Okay. The third thing is now that's coming down the pike is I need to pay for it. You're making my street more dangerous and then asking me to pay to make it less dangerous for my kids. Does that seem to make any sense to anybody? If for you folks that are sitting on the council, if this was being presented to you in your house, would that make a lot of sense? Would you just be okay with that? So I'm getting really concerned about all this patterns of behavior where little things are being snuck in, like John really alluded to very well earlier, that these facts are being pounced upon and then rebroadcast as clear facts, that $30,000 is all we need in order to calm the traffic on the street. One of the best things about this project going in is that it has made us as a community more motivated, more educated, and more organized. We are doing more of those things in perpetuity here in recent weeks, and as a result, I've gotten more educated on this stuff, and I know for a fact that we have not decided as to what the traffic calming measures are. So $30,000 to calm traffic on the street is not a final number. That is not appropriate. We don't know how many speed tables are going to be put in. We don't know if speed tables are going to be put in. We are just getting to the point where we are going to be able to send out surveys to figure out what could be put in, because it has to be approved by the residents on that corridor. Right, Lily? Right. Yep, she agrees too. So what I would propose, because I don't want to just come on here and say that I don't want this, I don't want that. I want to propose some sort of plan of action here going forward. I do want us to say no to the plan in its current state. if nothing else, just for these extra stipulations that are being putting in. And I do want to encourage the council, the staff, and the developer, please, 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 double, triple, quadruple down on your efforts to get engaged with us as citizens and as the affected parties here and educate us on what's going on. Help us go back and forth. I am starting to get involved more and more with these meetings, and I'm not seeing a lot of back and forth from the developer on this. That's the part that worries me the most about this. It seems like with each one of these meetings, there ends up being, if there is some sort of pushback on the developer's plans, then their response to those is to make it a worse situation and a worse offer. So we are effectively being penalized for not saying yes to the developer. Now, there's somebody else that I know that penalizes me whenever I don't say yes to whatever they want, and they're not managing a $400 million project. So what I'd recommend is that we say no to this plan in its current state. We go back and we address some of these small little onesie-twosie things that are popping up all over the place. And like John said, really kind of make this the best possible project for us and everybody going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bra, and thank you for your daughter's involvement as well.
Happy
Bye.
birthday.
Mark Davidson?
I don't know how I could beat that. My name is Mark Davidson. I've lived at 3400 West 132nd Street for almost 27 years. Prior to that, I lived up north. I've lived in Brookside, Lawrence. I have worked, run, cycled, done sporting events, gone out to dinner, all over this metro area. I know this entire metro area. And I think we have, and I did not coordinate with Andrew, but I think we have, I'm going to take a huge positive step forward of faith that we can work this out. So the Public Works Committee, I went to the first meeting, I missed the second one. I think we are making great progress. I really feel excited about the process. It's the city, it's the committee members, the staff. David Lay has done a great job. I'm very optimistic that we can come up with a solution. But I know that Mr. Odo committed to fund $200,000. I understand what a letter of credit is. That's basically, he doesn't even have to pay anything. His bank charges him for the letter of credit. All I ask is that they fund, the development funds, $200,000 to make this, instead of a cut-through street between High and 132nd, we have an opportunity to make it a safe and beautiful, I would call it a boulevard. I mean, we could really do something neat to differentiate Leawood and show that we are the best city in this metro area. Because I know we are, but this is our chance to prove it, and that's all I ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davidson. Matthew Winston?
Matthew Winston, 3289 West 132nd Place in Leawood, Kansas. So I live right on 133rd, the north side. Out my backyard is the view of this land that is being developed. So, you know, we're to this place. You guys have heard from me before, seen letters. This time I decided not to duplicate efforts as you've requested and not write a letter and then say the same thing. So, you know, we're to the point now, we've gone through zoning. We're now looking at a detailed view. And I think it's natural process for there to be questions. When you get into the details, there's going to be questions. Some of the popular topics are really what I want to hone in on. The first is a berm, and I have scoured all the notes and looked through everything, but I don't believe that you've actually heard from a resident who lives on a berm. I live on a berm. So I want to walk through a little exercise with you. That podium in front of you, let's say it's 4 feet. If we put a tree on top of that berm, I can still see you because there's a trunk. Now, if you're right in front of the trunk, obviously it blocks the view. So the challenge you have with a heightened berm is, for me, when I'm sitting or standing, I can see right through it. And this underlayer of growth, it only provides so much. The lower berm actually is what blocks view, blocks the audio from the road. And again, I live on a berm. I sit on my back patio. You're welcome to come over and see it. I can see right through. So, and I have a high berm. The other problem that the high berm causes is water runoff. So, I mean, our current HOA president has said our berm has never looked good. It has always been a problem. We have a challenge because of the slope of the berm. Water runs downhill. It doesn't seep in fast enough. If they overwater, it runs into my backyard and literally creates a stream that's about 5 feet wide that runs from my neighbor's house 4 houses down before it hits the sewer. So for somebody that lives in a berm and maybe looking towards those who live in a berm in the future across the street from me, I will tell you, it's not all about height. It's all about the way that it's designed. And honestly, the best parts of Wilshire's Place berms are the ones that are a gradual slope and don't have that steep slope. So that's my 2 cents on slopes. The other point, and I hear this on traffic, and I hope you guys hear the same thing, is this development brings more traffic. I think we can all agree to that. There is currently traffic. So one of the things that I want to be appropriate to, and I may have a bias just because I'm a genuine human being. I may have a bias because I am related to the developer. But we're asking him to pay for the full 100% of what we do. Let's say go back to your numbers before, let's say it cost 80. Maybe 30 is the right number. Maybe he's paying for, I'm gonna guess that's 40-ish% of the amount. Maybe there's already 50% of the traffic, he pays for 50. But to me, to see him pay for the entirety of it, this is a landowner who's doing something positive for the city of Leawood. And I like that to be noted, that the outcome of this is positive for all of us. The other thing I'd say too is this phase, and I think there's confusion among the residents too, this is the phase that everybody agreed to. Single family homes, light a sign that's low, like a house, and I'm not saying they're all single family homes, but the light a sign is low, and a park. This is the start. This is a great buffer, and it's gonna look great, and it's gonna buffer me from somebody else. Again, back to the berms, please don't make it so that I gotta get a machete out and to get over to my neighbor in the backyard to navigate my way through all of this. So that's my 2 cents on that. And then the other piece that I would say too is just, what I've probably struggled with most through this process is there's very much maybe a negative effort that everything is pitched from. And I really look forward to, hopefully after tonight, we get to take on the next part of this project, which is what would we do differently if we had the opportunity to, let's say, put a positive spin on this. Here's an example. There's gonna be restaurants. Let's come up with a short list of restaurants that we like. I really like Houston's. There used to be a couple in Kansas City. There aren't any anymore. I salivate just talking about the restaurant and thinking about the menu. And think about your restaurant. You don't have to yell it out now, and I won't write it down, but that can be an effort that we can do as a community. Leawood is a great place to live. It's got great people, and I do believe that we need to take this from a positive angle as we move past this. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Winston. Dwayne Opfer? Ofer? Yep. Pardon me.
All right, my name's Dwayne Ofer. I live at 13205 Canterbury Road. I don't live on the berm, but I can see it's pretty close. I'm pretty close to 133rd Street. I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm the Wilshire Place HOA Vice President. Our president couldn't be here tonight, and also I want to recap our meeting, our annual meeting that we held back in December, and what the concerns of the neighborhood was, and then I'll go into some of my concerns as well. So we had a total of 74 homes represented in total. A good number of proxy forms make up that total. They were specifically given to people that were outspoken on this project. The discussion the meeting went, I think it was started at 7, went past 9, over an hour longer than intended. It was a heated discussion about this individual project. Most of the discussion was about the East Village. Our first and foremost objection to this is not mixed use. We know something's going to be built there, and whatever's built there is going to generate traffic. But what is built there doesn't offer anything. It's a massive residential project. The developer there was reluctant to even tell you how much the square footage of the mixed portion is. The retail, the restaurants that we're talking about, different things like that. If we're going to add all this traffic to our area, we would like something in return. We're not getting that. We would also like it less dense. The second thing, berm height. I think I'll pick up where Mr. Kelly left off. If you look back in the visualizations there, the berm height is the same as the house level on the other side. And also those images that were shown, I don't know where they were taken at, because I routinely walk my daughter to school And our berms are at least, they're taller than me, I'm 6'2". The only part where they start getting a little bit lower is right when you go down elevation to where the dip is on 133rd, where the water flows through there. That's the only point they're lower, but they're not like that. So I'm not exactly sure. I can speak for Wilshire Place, and those were not images of Wilshire Place. The facade changes. The council was very big at getting up and saying, this is already approved, this is already approved, we can't discuss that, which pretty much throughout everything we're going to say here as citizens. I don't agree with that. What I don't understand is how there's a conflict when he says, you can't discuss what's already been approved, but by the way, I've changed all the facades in there. If you look at the development and you go drive across 132nd Street and that overpass over 69 Highway, that you have the same style architecture, this modern, contemporary, I don't care what we call it, it looks bad. It doesn't look like any of our houses, and we're very concerned about that. It wasn't something like, this is an image to get through the preliminary meeting, preliminary approval, and now we're gonna change everything. We're very concerned with the facade changes. We're also concerned with the building heights. 5-story residential buildings, there's none around us. Yes, I know there's some going on the south side of 135th Street, but again, that is a difficult plot of land to develop, and you're not putting that up against residential like Wilshire Place, like Waterford, like Greenbrier, et cetera. So what we'd like to see is the berm heights to be the same as across the street. We don't want the buildings to be elevated so that they're the same height as the berm. And that's something that was agreed to in the preliminary meeting. So I don't see why this is a discussion point where you can say, oh, we'll do it, but now we've decided we're not going to do that. So those are some of the key things we would like to see. We would like to go back to the older style mansion. We want the berm height. We also want truly mixed use. We know, I think, I almost called Congressman, Councilman Philly, you were saying they don't know what they want. I'll offer you the contrary point. We know what we want. We want mixed use. We know we're going to get the traffic. I was the one that said I would like some restaurants in there. You can channel that to 135th, different things like that. But give Leawood something. The only thing this is going to give us right now is traffic and density. We're not getting something out of this. We would like to see more to it. And then more into my personal thoughts. We got about a minute left. I kind of echo the gentleman who spoke earlier. You know, this process has seemed one-sided from the very beginning. It seems like, you know, we're just the tax base. We come in here, we say we bring in 1,700 votes. We come here, I know the letters, I know, I can't even imagine you'd find 10% of the population in the affected area that are gonna approve this plan. But yet it keeps getting pushed through, continuation when the votes weren't there. So how do we feel as the citizens of Leawood? Yes, we're not the elite wealthy that are gonna push through, that can afford this massive project, so our votes don't matter. I guess the only time they ever matter is on election day, and that's a shame. I do thank Ward 3 and Ward 4 representatives for representing us, I think, very well throughout this product. One last thing I want to go back to, I also have concerns, and I'm going to hit the 8 seconds thing, is the stipulation about the traffic calming. And it's about to buzz me, I'll be quick. We bring in 120,000 to Wilshire Place every year. We can't afford to do our own traffic studies. We can't afford to, you know, basically put forth that money. We operate on a minimum reserve, I think 50 to 60,000. That's what we try to budget. So we can't, if the developer is going to say that, number one, we may or may not be refunded, and number two, that we have to put the money down in the first place, that's not going to work for us either. So thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ofer. David Miller.
Hello, my name's David Miller. I live at 13124 Meadow Lane. That's actually a little bit deceiving. I actually live on the corner of 133rd and Meadow Lane. So this project is literally across the street from me. So I did not do a fancy PowerPoint presentation, but I did bring some pictures. Can I share these with you?
Yes, you can give them to the city clerk and he will distribute. Thank you.
You want to just display those for us?
Yeah, can you put them on the projector?
Yeah, that'd be great. Everybody's talked about traffic problems. This is an actual problem that exists today. This is me in my vehicle waiting to pick my son up from Mission Trail Elementary School. As you can see, I am on 133rd Street going west. There's other cars trying to turn left into that parking lot as well. And there's cars, if you look in my rearview mirror, behind me. So if you look at that, this is actually a secondary entrance into the parking lot. If you look at the next picture for me, please. Oh, no, that one. That is actually the traffic that is on Mission, turning into the school. So we already have a traffic problem. This project is going to increase that problem. If you look at the last picture that I have here, that's actually Overland Trail Middle School. They have high-density apartments that feed that school. I'm standing at the corner of 133rd and Beverly. The traffic was backed all the way up to Lamar into the roundabout, and people cannot get through. So if we approve this project the way it is, this is what we're going to have. This is not a $30,000 fix. This is not a $200,000 fix. I'm not really sure what the number is, but I promise you it is way more than what anybody has talked about here. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Gareth Matthews.
Oh, hello. My timer's already started. All right, well, I was actually looking forward to hearing more of the Q&A from folks up here, so
Could
that
you state your name and address for the
Gareth
record?
Matthews, 13241 High Drive.
Thank you.
Because some of the things that were said, it's helpful for the public to be able to respond, because we've been really engaged with this for a number of years. And I agree with the mayor that when I heard about the kiosk, I thought what they were saying is they were moving the brownstones and the kiosk up. So there's often a lot of less than clear statements that are made. And I think that's important to have a lot of clarity on something that's this enormous. I'd like to make a couple points on things that were mentioned by Mr. Holland. The first is the final plan consistent with the preliminary plan? I thought I read in the documents, the packet that went out, that there is still a request for a deviation for a portion along High Drive. I may be wrong, but it sure looked like that when I was reading the document over the course of the weekend. The other part is, does the final plan conform with the LDO? That deviation was a request to move buildings closer to High Drive. And my concern about that is just one more example of the buildings that are going on the property don't fit in the space. So let's make an excuse to move them closer to the streets. And in doing so, it creates more of a cramped environment. There is no public benefit for moving these buildings, apartment buildings, not retail buildings. There's no public benefit for moving them into the setbacks. In terms of the berms, I'm not sure what this point really was intended to say, but to say that the developer voluntarily agreed to berms, an agreement is an agreement. I mean, I could understand if he said a gun was put to his head and that now he wants to back off an agreement, but it was a voluntary agreement. And those berms are intended to screen his development from what we don't want to see. It's been part of the Leawood development platform that residents put together for well over a year. It was a point of contention throughout the preliminary plan. Assurances were made. One of those assurances was made by Mr. Clover on December 6, 2021 at the governing body meeting, talking to all of you. You may remember a letter I sent in that had this diagram. This was the site cross-section that was sent to you, and we were told that it represented what the berms would be like. Those berms ended up being 9 feet tall on the 133rd Street side and 5 feet tall as they sloped down into East Village. Mr. Clover said, "We do not believe anybody will see anything past the single-family residential except between them, but we're planning on putting berms and additional landscaping along the backside in order to screen it even better." He also referred to there will be very similar berms going throughout there to protect his residents and presumably us as well. I agree with Dwayne that I don't know where those pictures are from, but they're awfully selective. So it could well be Wilshire Place. There's only a couple places I know where the berms become quite small, and that's in one location near a utility, and the other is where the street center. So John and I, on a very, very cold day with my daughter, went out and we measured all the berms. I'm interested that there are no berms in his pictures that are 9 feet tall, because Wilshire Place has 9-foot tall berms. I don't know of any berm along Wilshire Place. We went every 30 feet or so. I didn't find any that were under 4.5 feet tall. Most were 6 or higher. But this is the part that makes me upset, that there's just an assumption that what you are being told and shown is actually the case. And we make assumptions that, oh, well, if that's what the berms look like, that's right, Wilshire Place doesn't have any berms. And then we get an approval of a project based on, to put it politely, marketing spin. So we have to live with it. What I'm concerned about, specifically with the berms, is there was an assurance made to us that we would have berms the size of those at Wilshire Place, or even higher, based on the site cross-section plan that you were given as part of the preliminary plan. And you were given it twice, on December 6, 2021, and then the continued meeting on January 3rd of 2022. And it was in that presentation that you voted and gave preliminary approval. There is a big difference between the berms that we are being told are now available. Oh, the other part. To tell us that a berm is only for the person in the house to avoid seeing the street is ridiculous. A berm has two sides. On whichever side of the berm I'm on, that serves a purpose. So to then suggest that his promises and statements about what berms we would see are meaningless because we don't actually live in those houses, he was selling us something different when it was in the preliminary plan, and he was doing it to get you to vote for that preliminary plan. And now that we're at final, the devil's in the details. He has a problem. He has pushed his houses as close to the setback as he can. There's 40 feet between 133rd Street and his houses. That's on him. If he can't construct the berms that he promised in the preliminary plan and still put his houses 40 feet back, that's his problem. It's not the community's problem. We didn't create the plan. He created the plan. He's the developer. So he has options. He can move the houses back, or he can build berms and deal with the water issues in the houses. That's up to him. But to ask us to once again roll over and not hold him to his word about what he's going to build to screen his development is unreasonable. And it would be unreasonable of you to accept that as a process for a developer simply to go back on his word. I have a lot to say. I'm going to just leave it at this. At the beginning of this process, I hope you remember as well as I did, that Mr. Odo said that this development, Cameron's Court, will be a development for all of Leawood to enjoy. I can't see anything in that development that gets me even just a tingle of excitement. It is a burden on our community. It takes and it takes and it gives next to nothing back. And the few things that were offered to protect against the things it takes from us, the traffic calming, the berms to screen it, those have vanished. $30,000, I don't even know what to say. There was no question in what the city told us as residents. Mr. Lambers, Mr. Klein, Mr. Lay, all communicated us for months after the January 3rd, 2022 preliminary plan approval. For months, they told us the agreement was in place, and Mr. Lay specifically said it was not an agreement to refund $200,000 to the developer. It was $200,000, up to $200,000 to be spent on traffic calming. So I appreciate your time. I would ask that you hold the developer to the commitments he made during the preliminary planning process. I would also make the point that this is still a terrible development. Mr. McGurran did say at the Planning Commission meeting that there was a fatal flaw to this project and that it was not mixed use. Mr. Coleman agreed. What you didn't hear is that 2 of the planning commissioners who agreed to recommend approval said they were only agreeing insofar as they've been asked to address the issue of the shelters. That was it. So I don't know if it's a 3-2 with 2 liking shelters, but I think it's important to understand that this project, you all don't even agree that this is mixed use. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Rachel Rubin.
Good evening. Rachel Rubin, 3105 West 132nd Street. Please, please, make the developer live up to his promises from the rezoning approval on January 3rd, 2022. And please vote no on the final plan for phases 1 and 2 of East Village. There are four reasons why I ask you to vote no tonight. One is the traffic calming. Mr. Odo reneged on his promises to provide a $200,000 letter of credit for traffic calming. Number two, berms. Again, Mr. Odo has reneged on the promises that he made and the representations that he made to you on January 3rd, 2022, when you voted to approve the rezoning application. Number three, the mansion-style architecture with pitched roofs. Again, Mr. Odo has reneged. January 3rd, 2022, he showed the photos, all the diagrams of the mansion style. Now he's reneged on that. And number four, the developer is now asking you for a deviation. He's asking for a deviation on the setback for High Drive. Instead of 40 feet, he wants 30 feet. So he is not in compliance with the LDO. That was an inaccurate statement made by Mr. Holland. This request is not in compliance with the LDO. Mr. Odo agreed to provide the city with $200,000 for traffic calming on 132nd and High Drive, with no refund and no credit from the city or anybody else. Again, I'm going to refer you back to the December 30th, 2021 memo. This memo is from Mark Klein, the Director of Planning, and it's to Scott Lambers, the mayor, and the council. The developer, quote, "The developer of Cameron's Court has agreed to provide the city of Leawood with a 5-year, $200,000 letter of credit for the installation of traffic calming devices on adjoining streets. If the residents of the subdivision surrounding Cameron's Court file a petition with the City of Leawood Public Works Committee that meets the threshold of 51 residents to sign the petition for traffic calming, the city will install temporary traffic calming devices. If after a year the residents determine they would like to keep these measures in place, the city will have permanent improvements installed at the cost of the developer." It says nothing about a refund, says nothing about a credit, says nothing about establishing a benefit district to make the residents of the street pay for the improvements. That was a concession that Mr. Odo made to obtain the rezoning on January 2nd and to obtain your vote. Now, since the death of Mr. Lambers, the sudden death of Mr. Lambers, Mr. Odo has attempted to renege on his commitment for traffic calming. He's attempted to repeat the same thing over and over, to say that, oh no, we never agreed to that. I never agreed to 200,000. I don't know where you got that number. That's just a crazy number. It only costs 30,000 to install 12 speed bumps. That's a completely inadequate and inappropriate solution for 132nd and High Drive. Not acceptable. And we are really making excellent progress in the Public Works Committee. I have to give credit to Mr. Lay and to Julie Kane for working with the residents, and I think we're going to make a beautiful street, but it's not going to cost $30,000. Mr. Odo agreed to 200,000. We need to hold him to that. The proposed stipulation on page 275 and 276 is actually quite insulting. You all voted on this on November 7th, 2022. We had the exact same language. Oh, the developer agrees to be very nice and offer $30,000. And now you voted that down 5-3. Now he's coming back and he's saying, oh yeah, I'll give the 30,000 even though you said that was inappropriate and it was not enough. And we'll make the citizens pay for a benefit district. We didn't come up with the $200,000 figure. Mr. Lambers and Mr. Odo agreed to that. Mr. Odo agreed to it, which has been repeated over and over in correspondence from the city to the residents. The petitioners for traffic calming only did what the city told us to do, and we followed every rule and every request from Mr. Lambers, from Mr. Klein, and Mr. Lay. It just really shocks me that for a very successful developer such as Mr. Odo, that he doesn't live up to his promises, he doesn't do his homework, and he's willing to risk a $500 million project over a $200,000 letter of credit for traffic calming to help the neighbors in his community. That is not being a good neighbor. That is not being a good neighbor. Mr. Odo prefers to pay his attorneys to fight with us, to limit his exposure to $30,000. For what? Because he doesn't like that we are trying to hold him accountable. He doesn't like that we're wanting to keep our children safe, that we want to protect our investment in our property, and that we want to maintain a livable neighborhood. So that's number one for the traffic calming. 2, on berms, I agree with statements made by others, and I'm not going to go into that, but it's a very important issue. And most importantly, the representations were made to you January 3rd, 2022. Mr. Holland said, we don't understand, some of the residents don't really understand that you've already approved the rezoning. I get it. You guys approved the rezoning. We lost that battle, okay? I'm not asking you to redo the rezoning. I'm saying hold Mr. Odo to his promises that were made to the council on January 3rd, 2022, when you did approve the rezoning. The mansion-style architecture, it was shown to you over and over and over in the video of what it would look like, and it's a bait and switch now to say, oh no, never mind, we didn't really mean that. That was just sort of like a guess. The deviation request, the applicant has done nothing to deserve a deviation. This is for the setback. He wants a deviation from a 40-foot requirement setback to 30 feet. And the LDO, section 16-3-9, requires a public benefit for you to approve a deviation. There is no public benefit to the community for this deviation. It just allows Mr. Odo to squeeze in more apartments. If he were willing to live up to his promises for traffic calming, live up to his promises for the berms, live up to his promises for the mansion style and pitched roofs, perhaps there is a public benefit there. But he doesn't want to do any of that. And yet he's asking you for a deviation from the LDO. Finally, I want to pay a compliment, like I said, to Mr. Lay. We want to work with you, we really do. It's just very disconcerting that we feel like we're not being heard. You know, that's how a lot of us feel. I've been very vocal in my opposition, and I've always tried to be reasonable and based my comments on the law and what was said and not on, other things. So I appreciate your time, and I'm asking you to vote no on this final plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. That concludes our citizens who signed in to speak, and I know I told the developer he could respond, but I'm wondering if we should, in fact, go to questions from you all, because you'll probably have questions for the developer. So I do have one question I was going to open with, and I don't see Mr. Klein in the room. And maybe Ms. Bennett might know the answer to this, possibly. The shelters that are now going to be in each individual apartment unit, 12-unit apartment, are they required to have a half bath?
I don't believe they are under our code, but that would be a Mr. Torres question, and I think Travis is in the back. Travis?
All right, Mr. Torres, and he is coming. Thank you. Did you hear the question, Mr. Torres?
Based off occupant load, yes, they would be required to have a bathroom.
Is it a half bath, I
Be
presume?
like a half bath. I don't think a sink's required, ironically.
Actually,
No hand
really?
washing stations
Really?
required, but a toilet would be
A
required,
toilet,
I
and
think.
so hand sanitizers, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
Something.
Something like that. It's
Okay.
again, a case of emergency setup, basically, but yes, so a restroom, a toilet would be required.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
Mr. Rawlings?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Pardon me?
He left. I think he went to get something from his office. He'll be back.
I don't think he left the
No, he's-
meeting. He's just out of the room.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, thank you. Mr.
Yeah,
Rawlings?
I'm confused or need to be educated, I guess, on the
Are you
40-foot.
talking into your mic? Is your mic on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
now I can.
I'm confused on the 40-foot versus 30-foot setback. He's requesting a deviation. This is a private street, if I recall, in the development,
High Drive will
High
be-
Drive is not a private street. It's
in the
public.
development.
Are those new deviations?
What are you talking about for the 40 and 30-foot setback that he's asking for a deviation that the audience?
Mark's coming.
Okay, the audience thinks
Mr.
he doesn't
Klein
deserve
is-
it. I
Mr.
just
Klein
need
is
to be
coming.
educated.
Yeah. You left, and we have all kinds of questions for you. That's all right.
We're helpless in here.
You're gonna have to repeat the question. I
My
don't think
my
you heard it.
question, I'm, need to be educated, and I'm confused on the 40-foot setback versus the request of a 30-foot setback by the developer, I guess, for the apartments, is that correct? And
This is on High Drive.
just on High Drive?
Just on High Drive and 135th Street. So the apartments in the future phase, as far as the 4-story apartments, as well as the 2 brownstones that are going to be located in the future phases, they have a 30-foot setback along 135th Street. The stipulation or the development ordinance states that you're allowed to do 75% of the standard requirement, which is 40 feet, which gets you down to 30. Park Place has that same deviation kind of going around the entire development. And so what this does is it allowed those buildings to shift 10 feet further to the south to create a little bit more green space, a little bit more space and away from the northern property line. With regard to the ones that are located along High Drive, on the preliminary plan, they showed a deviation for the 2 brownstones that were located there. And so let me put a plan, and that way it'll probably make a lot more sense.
Scooch it up.
Let's see if it'll come up on the.
It's up, but you need to push it up on the, so we see the bottom part. There you go, thanks.
So on this is from the preliminary plan, and they had a deviation here, and then these 2 brownstones. So these are the 2 4-story, and then they have the brownstone, or actually 3 4-story, and then the brownstones are right along 135th as well. In addition to that, they requested a deviation for the.
We can't hear you.
They have a deviation, they're requesting a deviation for the brownstones, which are located on either side of High Drive. Part of that was as far as they were swinging this road around, kind of an S shape to create an offset from High Drive. And so this allowed a little bit more flexibility and allowed those buildings to come up to 30 feet. The one that's currently proposed with this application, again, has the same deviations along 135th Street. Then along as far as High Drive, there was a realignment of the 2 brownstones that are located there, but the 2 brownstones still show that 30-foot deviation. but they also included as far as this apartment building that's located here, and then these two here. So they added that. That's new with this application. And then on this other one, there is a deviation for a twin villa from High Drive located over here. With the previous plan, they actually had that deviation for a single-family house over on the west side, and it flipped over to as far as by the twin villas. So the single-family house over on the west side no longer has that deviation, but the twin villa over on the east side of High Drive does.
So when you say these are new with this plan, the Plan Commission did not see these deviation requests?
No, the Planning Commission saw the deviation request at their January 10th meeting.
They did?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mark, is this what, when Planning Commission Chairman Elkins said he feared we were creating a tunnel, is this what he was referring to?
Yeah, I think that was 135th Street as far as the height of the buildings.
The height of the buildings.
If you had a lot of tall buildings going along 135th Street.
All right, thank you.
The stipulations that are new proposed this evening that were not seen at the Plan Commission, for instance, with the solar and EV.
The solar, the new stipulation with regard to the traffic calming,
Right.
and then also the one that was presented earlier just before with regard to the kiosk.
So with those not having been seen by the Plan Commission, and I'm looking at you, Ms. Bennett, so if there was to be a vote on this agenda item this evening, would we need to override the Plan Commission?
You would not need a supermajority since this is after remand. Since it's coming back
Okay.
after remand, a simple
So
majority.
even with changes in the
Yes.
stipulations? All right, thank you. Ms. Phillip?
Thanks very much. Thanks for all the time and the work on everyone's part to make this the best it can be. I have a couple. I want to say I'm very excited that there's 2.2 more acres of green, that the existing grove of trees has been saved. I'm pleased with the infrastructure for electronic cars and solar are been put in place. You have a dog and community gardens. I'm not even going to touch the berms for the moment, but who gets access to the clubhouse?
That might be better for the developer.
Okay. Oh.
It's a beautiful clubhouse, you said. I'm wondering who
The
gets...
residents who live in our project, the residents of the
Which
multifamily.
residents?
The residents of the mansions.
The mansions, thank
Oh,
you.
excuse me. This is Rick Odo. If I can jump in, I'm sorry on this one. All of our residents, including single family and twin villas and the home and the brownstones, all the owners will also have access to the facility through the homeowners association. The apartments, the single family will originally be able to use phase 2 apartment clubhouse, but when phase 1 is built, when phase 4 apartments are built, the single family will start using the phase 4 apartment clubhouse. It'll be closer for them. So everybody in our community will have access to our clubhouse, workout facility, and pool.
All right, so, thank you. I noticed when I looked at the bike trail, it looks like only the bike trail on the west side showed up as being part of the phase 1 and 2. Is it not going to go all the way around until the later phases?
I believe that's correct.
Because I would ask if there's any, chance that you could complete the entire bike trail all the way around, if that could be done.
You want an answer from the developer?
Yes.
I don't think it's possible because there's too much infrastructure and grading to get it to where it needs to be. That's unknown at this point to do that.
Okay.
I also would think that would be nice, but I just don't think it's physically possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm delighted that there's additional trees and undershrubs. In terms of I didn't hear anything about crossing. There was one of the concerns by the letters written in about how do you get across? Where are going to be the crossing points across from across 103rd? How is citizens going to get from Wilshire? if they-
133rd.
Yes, sorry, 133rd.
And I know that there is the access of Chadwick, which used to connect on up to 133rd Street, and now that's going to be a pedestrian way. It's going to be, it won't be a vehicular access. And I believe Mr. Lay has talked about as possibly as far as having some sort of pedestrian control going across 133rd Street.
At Chadwick.
I believe so, but I would defer to him.
All right.
Mr. Lay, are you hearing your name? He's coming. Did you hear the question?
Yes, the question was the pedestrian crossings on 133rd Street. So we planned on putting one at Chadwick. It was going to have the rectangular rapid flashing beacons there. And then we're potentially looking at doing another one further east, but we wanted to wait till we get more development and pedestrians in there to determine where the best crossing would be. The other item is in 2025 is when we have 133rd Street improvements in the CIP for pedestrian improvements. So that would include extending the trail from High Drive over to State Line.
Okay. All right, thank you for that.
And bike lanes.
Bike lanes, yeah.
This would just be for pedestrians, and then the bike lanes would be on a future CARS project when we would do the widening, which would be somewhere out in 2028, 2020, or 2030.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to you in terms of including stipulations to bring the Chadwick Park and streets into Phase 1 and 2. Thank you very much for doing that. I just guess I wanted to share some thoughts about two things. One about the school pickup problems. Every school that I know of has had problems with the inordinate volume of traffic that comes for a very short period of time. And it is, you know, school pickup problems is not related to the development, but you still have it to deal with. And how many schools have we worked with because they've got the same traffic congestion? I'm just going to, this is just me stepping back on this whole traffic letter of credit. And I think from my perspective, we're looking at this traffic calming thing, and I'm happy to have staff or my peers correct me, but the developer is not required to be responsible for traffic problems today. Those traffic problems are not caused by the development. And if this isn't passed, I guess I would ask you, you're working with Public Works, there's no $30,000, there's nothing, it's just whatever you want to pay for in a special benefit district, because that's the problem that's before you today. It's not the developer's problem. What is the potential problem is a letter of credit to cover what may, in fact, be attributed to 1, 2, 3, 4 that we can't see. To me, that's what the letter of credit was for. The obligation to fix what the problem is today is not the developer's problem. If we don't pass this tonight, it's very clearly your problem. To make the point, it is not the developer's problem. That traffic is not theirs. And I think when we look at this with it being upside down and being upset with the developer for not fixing the problems that isn't his, they're not required to. The letter of credit is for future, in my mind, should be for future unseen impacts that they haven't been able to determine, but become very clear after the second and the third and maybe fourth phase come into being. That's just my perspective. And the whole thing about the berms, I think everybody that has a picture of berms ought to go walk those things together, because I'm not the way berms are being discussed, I feel like we need to create the walls of Jericho so we don't have to see what's being developed. And yet, we want to worry about what the architecture is. It sounds like we're trying to create the walls of Jericho so we can't see anything on the other side of the street. I just drove by there because I was intrigued by all these berms. I can see everybody's house on Wilshire that has a berm. I can look right as I'm driving by. Oh, they've got a metal fence, they've got trees, they've got landscaping. I've walked by some of them. They've got dogs that come over and chat with mine. They're not supposed to be something that you can't see through or past or understand there's a home there, at least the way it's developed for Wilshire. Now, if I see a diagram from the final plan that shows that they're matching the berms, you know, almost inch by inch across the plan, I think if we can't figure out what you're looking at and what they're looking at, maybe you ought to go out there together as a team, because the conversations about berms don't seem to act like we're on the same planet or on the same street. So I have no idea how to resolve that in my mind, because I don't think berms are supposed to be in place 9 feet tall so that you can't see the houses across the street. They're not going to be ugly. They're not painted flashing chartreuse colors with neon lights on them. They are going to be attractive buildings. So I am completely confused about that. And I just wanted to ask, what would 15% density look like with home ownership versus the 7% that's presented here for phase 1 and 2? So what would that look like? And it still be, let's say, I'm come from the inner city in St. Louis. There's 4 families, there's 6 family, there's 12, you know, there's 12 row houses in a row. To get the kind of density that you could still call home ownership and single family residence or condos, you could put a whole lot more in there and still be within the LDO. I think that the idea that I heard here expressed the frustration that it feels like it's one-sided toward the developer, it's one-sided toward the property owner. The property owner has rights in the state of Kansas, and those rights are to develop their property, but we have constraints and we have LDOs that help to shape how we develop, so that it's not a free-for-all in the Wild West, that you can put up anything close to the street, close back to the street, where the utilities go, there's stormwater, all those things, so that when you go into your house, there's someone who's checked the electrical plans and they, in fact, aren't setting fires onto substandard homes. So many things are put into our LDO that have a lot of thought and get revised and improved over time. But I just wanted to say that as a property owner, that's why it seems weighted toward them. When I'm sitting in a new, I could show you a half a dozen pictures that people are building glass houses literally when we had, you know, cottage homes in Old Leawood. There are so many modern homes going up that look very much like what's being proposed here because people want that style. And we don't, at least my understanding is, no city gets to say, I want you to put up a Spanish motif, I want you to put up a Cape Cod, you've got to do a brick house, you know, like a standard row house. Those kinds of design questions are because that's what the homeowner wants to buy. And that's what the developer is looking for the market to. I think that for $1 million, you are going to want to try and hit the market that people want. And based on what I'm seeing being bought, that is the style of homes that people are spending in North Leawood on teardowns for $1 million+ homes. So I don't know that we have ever tried to govern and talk about style and putting in, it is true what they say, that what you put on the thing for the preliminary is not a guarantee of the style that comes out in the final plan. I so appreciate all of the work and the thoughts that have been brought forward. We wouldn't have, one of your concerns was the cutting down of the existing trees. They're now saved. You know, the questions about solar and rooftop, those have been added and put into place with thoughtfulness. So the staff asking that the Chadwick Park be put in first and second phase with the street going through to prevent the traffic problems. All of these things have made this a better process. And I would just ask that someone figure out a plan to go get everybody on the same page for berms, because I don't think we can do it tonight with people looking at differing projects and what the purpose of a berm is. My understanding is the purpose is just like it did on the Wilshire side, is to help create a buffer from 133rd Street, so that you create sound and you put trees for oxygen to counter the traffic air that's going by. So I think everyone has best intentions, and again, coming down this traffic calming, if we don't pose it tonight, then you guys are on the hook. So asking a developer who hasn't started building anything to solve a problem that they didn't create seems out of, but putting a $200 line of credit for the future of traffic that could come, I'm behind that 100%.
Thank you, Ms. Phil. Any other comments from anyone? Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am feeling like from the get-go we have been asked to ignore that this is supposed to be a mixed-use development corridor. And we bend and we swayed from the traditional concept of mixed use from the beginning. Oh, I'll put all the mixed use over by State Line, we were told, or over here in Phase 4. But there'll be plenty of mixed use. There'll be plenty of retail. And now we're being asked to approve Phases 1 and 2, which have absolutely no retail in them. Mr. Winston mentioned having great excitement about restaurants coming to this area. I walk 133rd Street many times a week, and I would love to be able to walk to a coffee shop or an ice cream store. I should probably stay away from the ice cream stores, but the coffee shop or a restaurant, ride my bike to a restaurant in this area. We're not going to see that for 5 years if we see it, because we don't know Phase 1 and Phase 2 with the economy, with construction costs. We have no idea if Phase 4, where our first inches of retail are ever going to be seen. I don't understand why the builder isn't starting with some element to throw us a mixed-use bone, so to speak. Maybe Phase 1 and Phase 4 should be what we're talking about tonight, instead of Phase 1 and Phase 2 with no mixed use, no retail, no restaurant in there, if I'm understanding this correctly. So that, to me, that means this does not meet the plans that we are asked to approve and are of grave concern to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kane?
I don't even know where to start. So I'll start with the things I like. I appreciate many things about this project. I truly do. I, too, am not naive that this 116 acres is not going to be developed. And I think you heard it over and over here tonight, and in all these emails, there's inches of emails received, that the residents are not naive, that someday, somehow, that swath of land is not going to be developed. It's the how. It's the how and the process. I've said it 100 times up here that, why I got involved with the city of Leawood and how I got involved in the city of Leawood. And that had to do with the city and the public and the developer, the interaction, the process. I was part of the process. I'm still part of the process. I believe in the process. I trust in the process. The trouble is, I don't think the process is working right now. In 14 years of being elected, 10 years of being on Public Works and Parks and Rec prior, and I asked some of staff, can you ever think of another development in our city where in the end, there was not necessarily 100% kumbaya, but there was not to the point where the process worked, where there was the developer and then there was the residents and then there was the city and the city council, where in the end, the process worked, and for the most part, people were like, yes, this is it. This is what makes Leawood special. And this is, unfortunately, I don't think we're there. I'm not saying that, again, I'm saying up here, there are so many parts of this project that I like. I like some of the new iterations tonight about I think they're so minor on the Richter scale, but the EV stuff that's a great thing. Storm shelters had to be done, that's great, thank you for that. I don't know that there's a half bath in those storm shelters. I thought myself with that.
There has to be a toilet.
Right, so
Yeah.
I don't know that there is, that's something we'll have to.
There will be.
Yes, yeah, there will be, that's right, because I don't know that there was, but that's good to know, thank you, Mayor, because I knew that the communal ones had to have a bathroom, but I didn't know that the other ones. So thank you for the storm shelters. They're going to have a half bath. Thank you for the additional green space. Thank you for saving more trees. Thank you for building Chadwick Place first. Thank you for the bulk of this 116 acres to be no taller than the houses all around. I think that's something that can't be underestimated, and for the most part, that's true. So those are all my yays, thank you. And here we go with the rest of them. So I too don't know how to solve the berm problem. I think that was a very good point made. It was flashed on here, oh, this is 5.5, this is 4.5, okay, that's great. But is that really what it is? That's what was presented tonight, but do we know that that's what it is? I don't know. I know that we've got the developer saying it is, we've got the residents saying it isn't. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know, like Deborah said, I don't know how to solve that problem, but I don't think we're there. I do remember Mr. Clover saying, you're not going to be able to see through the berms, you're only going to be able to see in between the houses. I do remember that comment, and clearly now I hear Mr. Holland saying tonight, oh, guess what, the berms are for the purposes of the homeowners, not for the purposes of the resident. I take exception with that language. Again, I've sat here 14 years. 14 years. I understand the process. I've been part of this process for 14 years. I understand that we're at final plan now. I understand we can't undo the rezoning. I understand certain things, but it makes no sense to this brain when some of these design standards and these design decisions are being made tonight, and we've never had a chance to talk to them. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to the residents, and I don't think that's fair to us. Until tonight, we haven't seen the renditions. If you look back at what the original plan was, there's 26 total mansion-style homes. This is my tiny little picture. But they look, this is what was represented, and this is what we expected with I expected with the pitched roofs, this style. This is what's at Sonoma Plaza. Mr. Odo has built at Sonoma Plaza. It's quite attractive, great. So 26 of them have been represented for 14 meetings, 16 meetings, whatever we're up to now, looking something like this. Well, guess what? Now they look like this, you know, they look like this. They're flat roofs. They don't look a thing like the vision of what we've all had in our hands. The residents were considering, we were considering. We haven't even had a chance to dialogue on that. So I don't appreciate, nor do I. There has to be some dialogue about the elevations, in my opinion, and it very likely can't be resolved tonight. But that's a big one to me. What this looks like to me, I think Mr. Odo, in good faith, and Mr. Clover and Mr. Holland, in good faith, have been trying to go back and forth. But that's a discussion we haven't had until this evening at all, because it's a fact that the preliminary development plan does not have the design in the end. That's something approved at this point in time. So that is new. I don't like the flat roofs. I don't like the excuse that, oh, now they're flat because we want to, or somebody up here said something about solar. I think that that's an excuse personally. I appreciate that you put in the conduit for the solar, and then in the future, it can be easily installed. That's all well and good, but you could do that with a pitched roof too. Yes, it has to just go on one side of the building or part of the building, but that could be done whether it has a pitched roof. And using the solar as an excuse, that's how my brain is interpreting it, as for a flat roof. That I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that conversation. And just for the record, I've said all along, and I know this is not this phase, but I've said all along the luxury home apartment buildings. There's 4 of them. The reason. Rewind a little bit. The reason when Mr. Clover came before us, and Mr. Holland, I think, was part of Lashbrook as well, the reason that we approved the taller buildings and the way they were was exactly what was said tonight. They weren't sitting on top of other subdivisions. They were right along 135th Street, and they were closer to Kenneth Road. So even I approve those because of all those facts. Well, none of those facts apply here, but I know that tonight this is phase just 1 and 2, so I just wanted to put that back into the record. The biggest thing I want to talk to at this point in time is the traffic calming and the $200,000. So they read minutes, and those were, we've seen the minutes, we've seen them over and over, or the memos rather, that flat out said, our city administrator said it, our director of public works said it, our planning director wrote it, exactly what was said tonight. They said they would give a $200,000 letter of credit, and is this a pre-existing condition to Deb Villa's point? Is it a pre-existing condition? Yes. But was the $200,000 a consideration and a part of a concession for this purposes of getting this project approved? Yes, it was. So is it required because it was pre-existing? No, that's the way it works. But was it a concession? You betcha it was a concession in my mind and in several of the staff's mind as well. Unfortunately, Mr. Lambers is not here. He can't, so now it's a he said versus a he said. It's super unfortunate, but here we are. And then somebody said in the audience again tonight, the part about, oh, well, the overage will be borne by the residents. That was never told to the residents, ever, 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 that they were going to bear the burden of these traffic calmings. That was a concession. That was a lot of conversation. It was never to be borne by the residents. So how that $30,000 was a surprise to us as well. When we sat here at the last meeting, the last time we heard this, all of a sudden the $200,000 letter of credit went away, and somehow $30,000 figure came out of nowhere as far as I'm concerned. Can the city build 15, 12, whatever the number is, speed tables out of asphalt with city staff in that 1.5 miles for $30,000? Probably. But is that the answer? No. Is that what the residents want? No. Is that what we should do? No, probably not. And we are making great progress because of the back and forth going on at the Public Works Committee. So that's my biggest bone of contention here. I will state for the record, Mr. Holland said at that same meeting, he said something about that dollar amount being reimbursed. I will give you that, sir. I heard it, it's in the minutes. He said it. And then he also said this wasn't stipped out, or it wasn't, it wasn't, what's the fancy word? It wasn't ratified. Ratified. Thank you. It wasn't ratified because it's never ratified at a preliminary. It's only ratified at the final. So that's another one of these things that you have to be careful knowing the definitions and knowing the process. So did he say it? Yes. Was it ratified? No. Is it ever ratified at that point? No. So I suppose it could have been, but normally it's at the final. Thank you for the 9 public parks. My opinion on some of those public parks, are they green space? Yes. Can you build something else on them? No. Are they really parks? That's a stretch, but a real stretch in my mind, some of them. But I do appreciate the effort. I do appreciate the additional green space. Again, there's many parts of this project I like. I'm not naive. There's certain things we may be able to change. But there are certain things we cannot. The ship has sailed, partially sailed anyway. But I implore the process, I implore the developer to continue the conversation. So I don't want an eventual lawsuit. I don't want somebody saying we're not following process. I understand the process. I respect the process. We all do, but I don't think we're there yet. And I think we can get there, but I don't think we're there yet, especially on the traffic calming and then the elevations. It is not fitting, in my opinion, it is not fitting with the neighborhood. If there was a onesies, twosies, Park Place is a tiny little bit. The part across from Ward Parkway is a tiny little bit. This is 116 acres there isn't 116 acres anywhere near us. That's all modern. Nowhere in the city of Leawood anywhere. Are there pockets here and there? Yes. But is there a swath of modern anywhere? No, especially when it's adjacent to anything but modern. And that's all I have for now, but I have so many scribbles, I might have to speak up again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will try to be as short or condensed as possible. We all sit up here tonight because we love the city of Leawood. You guys are all in the audience and on Zoom because you are so passionate for the city of Leawood, that we all want what's best. Staff does an amazing job. I got on city council just like everyone else because we wanted to get active and we felt that we can have a say to better our community. I don't have a dog in the fight. I live in North Leawood. I shouldn't bother with this, but I am. And why? Because I have friends, I have best friends, I have family that all live right down here. And it would be unconscionable for me to say, just because I live in the north side of Leawood, doesn't mean that I should focus in on the south part, worried about my own area. But here's what I can tell you about this project, and I understand it from the residents. I've seen this. It's called Ranch Mart Shopping Center. Ranch Mart Shopping Center for 25, 30, 40 years have been in disrepair. And we saw plan after plan of phase 6, phase 8, 20 phases that the developer was going to come in and we all remember the color codes of this is our grandiose idea. And it wasn't until we worked with the developer and the community and the residents that we all got together and said, let's make it happen. Let's figure out something. And lo and behold, we went from 20 phases down to 2? 2? Yeah. It's amazing how that works when we talk amongst each other. got a really interesting email, and yes, like I said, we read all emails. And I'm gonna just summarize into one sentence what this person said, is there's a little pesky thing called trust, and we don't trust, and that's from a resident. I've never worked with Mr. Odo. I can probably, I don't want to represent what Mayor Dunn does or does not do. But what I can tell you is we're above board. If there's any conflict of interest, we will disclose it up front. There's absolutely no financial gain, financial interest on my end. Just because I'm in real estate, I don't even focus in on Leawood or this area. But I do know something about development. I know that Mr. Odo has done quality work in other municipalities. One of the things that he's done is in Lenexa. And I was not involved with that. I didn't follow the day-to-day activities. But I think here's where the disconnect was. He purchased a large swath of land that was farmland next to commercial. Didn't have to worry about the residents. In this area, he purchased it from Mr. Rainier. That, yes, he had to deal with residents. And from the very beginning, I think there was a disconnect between both sides. Both sides really didn't trust each other. Both sides misrepresented to each other. And I'm not going to say he said, she said, because I've seen the emails back and forth. What I want to do is make this project the best that it can be. And right now, I don't feel comfortable with this project from a couple different aspects. Number one is the traffic, the dollar amount. I trust our staff explicitly. And may God rest his soul, Mr. Lambers. What he says and what he does, he doesn't just do willy-nilly. And like we've said before, we have no way of going back, but we do have conversations. We do have emails. I think Julie has had 2 magnificent public works meetings. And they're not just 2, they're multiple. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Could cost 30, could cost 50, could cost 150. But what we ask for is the developer to put up a line of credit, and we weren't expecting to have that reimbursed by the residents, at least not in my mind. That's why I made a point earlier tonight to ask that question. So I'm not comfortable with that aspect. The second aspect that I've heard is the he said, she said on the berms. Consistently across the board, people have said, we want screening, we want berms, we want something. And so we've got the residents saying, this is not our area, or this is not our photo. And then we've got the architect saying, we're matching up 5 foot to 5 foot, 7 foot to 7 foot. At this point, I can't tell if that's accurate or not. And I want to make absolutely certain that if we approve something, we're doing symmetrically, we're doing it within what should be allowable from a view standpoint to try to get the best objective for the residents and the developer. The next thing is, residents said, there's nothing in this project for us. There's nothing. So now we get a sliver of a grassy area, but we want a coffee shop. We want to be able to walk. We want a restaurant. We want something. And I don't know, because I'm not in tune with finances. I'm not in tune with budget or construction or anything like that. But in my opinion, if you were to build phase 2 with brownstones, you could easily do brownstones with retail to give something back to the community. And what the residents are saying is that we don't want retail until phase 6. We know that that's going to be 20 years down the line potentially, and we're already going to sell our house or do something. Let's get it now. And then the final thing is what Julie said, which was the aesthetics. Time and time again, yes, I understand what a preliminary plan is, and yes, I understand what a final plan is, and we've seen all the photos, and now we see things. What I'm not accustomed to is having boards up here, having material to say, this is what the project is going to look like. These are what our roofs are, the material. Is it a TPO? Is it shingle? What are we doing? And just on a piece of 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. And if I feel comfortable that those issues have been resolved, then I could consciously move forward. But I can't move forward at this point, in my opinion, based off of the uncertainty.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Larson?
Thank you. I really appreciate both Councilman Osmond's comments and Councilwoman Kane's comments. And I will try to keep mine as short as possible, too. My first comment is regarding the green space. And while I really appreciate the addition of green space, that it's improved, it's increased, my hang-up is calling these public parks. You know, I look at the green space and say the dog park. Is this a public park? Can all of South Leawood not drive to Leawood and use that public dog park? They can use this dog park? Is this truly a public dog park? You know, the entrance of the neighborhood is labeled as a park. You know, some of this is a little bit of a stretch in the labeling. While I appreciate the green space, I think we need to be careful with that. My next comments are regarding the mansion-style homes, and I won't dwell on it too much because a lot of what I think has already been stated. I've only been on the city council for 5 years, but during that time, we've never had a final plan come to the city council that wasn't a tweak of the plan that was presented at preliminary plan. For me, this is the picture I was looking at preliminary plans. This is what I had envisioned. I think most of us had envisioned. And now to have something different without the sloped roofs or the pitched roofs, I don't agree, and I think that is a substantial change in the plan. Additionally, to that change, those plans are phase 2, which is the green area on these drawings, and which is the largest phase of this development. So the largest phase of the development has changed dramatically in appearance. And to me, this doesn't substantially comply with the preliminary plan. I also checked with our Director of Planning, Mark Klein, today to see if maybe I wasn't recalling things correctly, and he confirmed that in his years with the city, this is the first time the final plan wasn't a tweak of the preliminary drawings, that it was a change in the architectural design. While the inside might be the same, the outside looks completely different. And I do want to quote him in the staff comments on page 294 of 795 pages that we've digested. Mark says it much more eloquently than I can. The preliminary elevations showed buildings with slope roofs in more traditional residential architectural style. He goes on to say, it's staff's position that the architectural style of the 12 to 14 unit apartments, that's the mansion style, match what was shown with the approved preliminary plan. As the use of different architectural styles within a larger development will allow different areas within the project to have a more distinct sense of place and provide an element that will connect it to the existing single-family residential in the area. I agree with this statement completely. He also says it helps connect the proposed development to the adjacent neighborhoods. Those are my thoughts as well. As to the berms, we've had a lot of discussion. The berms are not required by the LDO, but they were voluntary. It was a voluntary concession in the preliminary, and I recall the use of the word substantial when we were talking about berms. And the substantial berms was a method of selling the idea of this development plan. And now things seem to have changed, and I'm not comfortable with that as well. While I have the mic, I'll just go ahead and finish my other thoughts. Sidewalks. The Planning Commission saw to change some of the 6-foot sidewalks to 5 feet. This is against staff's recommendation, and I agree with staff. I would like to see, if this development is ultimately approved, I would like to see us retain the 6-foot sidewalks throughout the development, which is consistent with the 135th Street Community Plan. That's what we require in that 135th Street Community Plan. I do not see a compelling argument to vary from that plan that other developers also are required to adhere to. Let's see, excuse me. There have been some comparisons to Park Place and 86th and State Line developments. Park Place has the benefit of dining and retail, so the detriment of the density is outweighed by the benefit to the residents that live nearby. I have many friends that live in Edgewood. They really enjoy going to Park Place, and this is what's missing from East Village. The residents, at least at this time, and we don't have any firm plans, and back to that word trust, we don't have any firm plans that the residents have a benefit from creating this additional traffic and density near their homes. 86 and State Line is a completely different bird as well. That was in a dilapidated parking lot, and the Leawood HOA, representing about 1,500 homes, approved of that development and gave it its blessing. It's a perfect example where the residents and the developer work together to tweak the plans, communicate with each other, and find something that worked for both. That development is surrounded by townhomes, and then the apartments are in the middle, so there's a buffer to the single family, and it's such an improvement over this dilapidated parking lot. In East Village, we have beautiful green space, and so the sell for the development is much harder because we're looking at a lovely pasture. Just apples and oranges for me there. Finally, I'm uncomfortable with the level of resident pushback on this development. It's not the reason why I have my opinions, but ultimately, I want us to have a development project, and something is going to happen on this property. But we need to figure out a way to make it a great development that's beneficial to the developer and profitable, but also something that the nearby residents can be proud of and see as a benefit to their community and to their area. And right now, we are not connecting. The prior city councils and everyone that preceded me here have done such a terrific job making Leawood a great place. It's why our property values are so high. It's why we have such an engaged community. It's something that we can all be proud of. And I can't take credit for it, but I don't want to mess it up while I'm here. This is like running a race. We don't want to trip near the finish line. This property along 135th Street is, our last chance at great development. Let's make it the best that it can be. And right now, I don't think we're there. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Mr. Hazeltine.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, like with the berms not required by the LDO. That will give some degree of protection to the residents. I don't know how much. Storm shelters were added. The green space, 50% more than is required by our LDO. 227 trees along 133rd, 88 are required by our LDO. One thing was said during public comments that kind of concerned me. There was some talk about a lot of talk about public safety, and also in the emails that we've received over the months. I assure you that everyone on this D is to the person. I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone up here when I say this. That is our #1 priority. And there are lists that come out every year from all kinds of organizations rating cities in the state and throughout the country on public safety, and Leawood is always right at the very top. So please take some comfort from that. I would like to ask our planning expert, Mark Klein, a question. Mark, is this final plan in substantial compliance with the preliminary?
Yes.
In your opinion?
Yeah, given the criteria of the Leawood Development Ordinance as far as what constitutes substantial compliance.
Right.
It is.
And that's with what were called deviations, but the deviations were within the LDO, correct?
Deviations have been used on a number of projects, and one that you use quite often is when you get a commercial development, you have the parking lot, you have a zero lot line that allows to go to it. It just, sometimes it makes more sense to
So they're
use the
allowed deviations?
They are allowed deviations,
Okay.
provided they provide the open space to do that, which they did the calculations, and they did provide that.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'd like to ask our legal expert, our city attorney, Patty Bennett, if you believe that this plan is in substantial compliance with the preliminary.
Under the provisions of the LDO's definition, yes.
Yes. I've been up here for a long time. I was on the Planning Commission before this. I've been through a few of these tussles, and they can be very emotional, and they can really wear you out over time, over 16 meetings on this single issue. And there's a lot of talk about, my property values are going to go down. Public safety is going to go to hell. And in over 20 years of volunteering for the city, I've never seen any of that kind of thing come to fruition as a result of what we've done up here. So, is this perfect? No. Is this a hell of a lot better than it was 16 meetings ago? I think so. I really think it is. It's not perfect, but I think it's going to be a lot better than anything that any of the public comment folks, except for maybe one, had in mind. And, we are known for excellence, and this will be excellent. It may not be exactly what we want, but it is in compliance with our LDO. And I feel, I have an obligation to support this. The preliminary is that's a whole nother deal. But in the final, if it's compliant, I feel an obligation to vote for it, which I will be. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Sippel.
I'm going to be relatively brief because everyone has said many of the things that concern me, but I like harmony, and I don't see any harmony between the good guys and the bad guys on this deal. And you can figure out who is who. But I would like to see a little more negotiation. I'd like to see people be a little more open-minded and possibly, I don't know if I'm recommending they come to a table, but I think it would be very interesting and I think it would be helpful for this development if people came to the table and be willing to move 10 or 15% one way or the other on this thing. I'm not comfortable. This is in my ward. Mrs. Harrison and I represent this ward, and we've been inundated with an awful lot of negativity. And I live in a development that Rick Odo put together many years ago. He's a high-quality developer. His development where I live and the Villa Milano is high-end. I think his occupancy is in the very high 90s. And you don't see an awful lot of beater cars out there broken down on the side of the road. It's a high-quality development. If we don't pass this thing tonight or in the future, and he sells parts of this thing to other developers, you're going to get developers from Chicago, you're going to get developers from Dallas, whatever, coming in and doing their piece. And it's not going to have harmony and consistency. And I think, and Rick lives in Leawood, Kansas. His family lives in Leawood, Kansas, and he's got a reputation for quality. And you don't know about future developers. So I'm on his side on that. But what bothers me is the lack of, you're not going to get a consensus with a development coming in, not in my backyard. A lot of this sounds like not in my backyard. There are important points that we've got to negotiate, I think, and I personally am not really ready to say yes or no on this thing. I would like for the parties, whether the representatives of the community, the developer, his attorneys and architects, just to talk a little bit more about what could we give and take to come a little closer to something harmonious. I don't like all this animosity. The good guys versus bad guys. There are no white hats. There are just everybody. Rick's trying to make a living. Other people want to live their lives with their families in a safe environment. We all get that. We all agree with all that. But I just don't think that we're quite there yet because of all of the questions. People have different facts. The stuff, the emails that we've received, they said, this is gospel, and this is gospel. Then we hear these things tonight. Well, that's not exactly the way it is. Or we move a little bit over here, and the berm is this, and the speed zones are that, and $200,000 and $30,000, and, slope roofs versus electric charging stations. So there's a lot of movement with the facts, and I wish we could come together to kind of agree on the basic set of facts as to what the development is going to be and what it's not going to be. So I'm a little bit unprepared to vote yes on this thing. I think eventually it's going to be a wonderful project like a lot of the people up here have said, but we've just got to compromise a little bit more to make me happy. That's it.
Mr. Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a saying, you can't oppose if you don't propose. And the residents have opposed a lot of this, a few things in this development, but they've made proposals. So their opposition is not gone unheard by this councilman with their proposals. And I would ask Mr. Odo to think about that too, as not oppose, but maybe propose. I'm not prepared to move one way or another on this tonight. I think it ought to be set back, and I'm suggesting that there would be a group that gets together from the homeowners, maybe the president of each homes association, get together, come up with something that's a consensus by the board, those boards, and to all the points, come together and talk around at the table. And my suggestion would be that the developers have 2 or 3 representatives, each homes association have 1 or 2. The city staff should be there to continue the dialogue, because this development is going to get approved sometime, but I don't think it's tonight. And I also recommend, and it's going to be a surprise, but we have a new city administrator, who's been here 7 days. She doesn't have a real, she's arm's length with this whole situation. I would recommend that she be the facilitator or the moderator of this group to pull everybody together and come up with the suggestions from both sides that we can all look at, to Chuck's points and other points, where we can make sure that we've got the information and the desires of both sides, and then make a decision. I know there's going to be some that go away mad, others are going to go away mad, some are going to be happy. But somewhere, we've got to come to consensus where we can be proud of our vote, and that would be my suggestion. Not a remand to the Plan Commission, but to continue the dialogue.
Table?
Well, a continuance for a date certain. My question is, I've heard several comments tonight about how productive the Public Works Committee meetings have been. How many more of those are you planning to have, and when do you think you'll have a recommendation?
Well, the last meeting, we agreed that a questionnaire would be going out to everyone that's along that 1.5 miles, and the questionnaire would answer some rudimentary questions, and then there's a timeline, and one of the some parts of the timeline are saying that temporary measures are going to be installed within a certain amount of time, but then they'll be taken up because of snow removal and stuff. So there'll be temporary measures. So what we've agreed to right now is the basis of the questionnaire going out to the court, the 1.5 miles, and then the basic timeline. And I do believe that's going to come, I don't see David.
End of February.
End of February.
The questionnaire.
Yeah, the questionnaire is going out in February. It won't come back for a while, but the basic timeline that we all agreed to was going to come before this body. Not that we don't have to approve it, but just as a point of reference. But yeah, we anticipate a number of additional meetings are going to be required to figure out. And 4 of us are on Public Works. Andrew, myself, Jim, and Chuck. We all heard it. Thank you, David. So
Yes, we're looking at sending questionnaires out at the end of this month and meeting again in April, but we probably wouldn't have a plan until June or July. That would come back.
That long?
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get through the whole, it's going to be an iterative process where we're sending out the questionnaires, and then once we come up with a couple plans, meeting with the residents and then meeting with the Public Works Committee several times also.
But I'd like to interject to that. The whole purpose of that is to determine what sort of elements that we need to do. Is it speed tables? Is it narrowing the lanes? What is that? And so you can work simultaneously. I don't think we need to wait with the meeting with the developer and the residents.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just trying to garner if by chance they might be completed at the same time. I'm not envisioning, and I like your idea, Mr. Rawlings, but I'm not envisioning that taking till June. And I guess I should...
Envisioning what until June?
I'm not envisioning your suggestion taking that many months. This is just February, and I don't think it'll take till June. I'm going to look at...
Wait, I didn't say anything about months.
No, you just said you wanted a group to meet and Diane Stoddard to facilitate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to take till June for the Public Works to finish their work.
That's fine, that's just one element.
I know.
There's other elements.
Ms. Stoddard, let me ask you first, and before I ask the developer what he thinks of the idea, but are you comfortable? I know you've been here 7 days. Are you comfortable leading this 6 days? Okay, thank you. And Mr. Holland, you've moved to the front row, so it looks like you might be getting ready to speak.
Yeah, I was hoping I'd get to speak earlier after the neighbors spoke, so we could talk a little more before it seems like we've already got a decision made. I will tell you, it's super, super frustrating. I'm just talking about myself. I'm sure Rick's really frustrated too. We have gone through years of planning and meetings and fought together for an improved plan that was approved by this governing body a year ago, a preliminary development plan that you all approved and rezoned. And what we're showing you tonight is not different from that. It's compliant with the approved preliminary development plan, according to your staff, according to your planning director, according to your city attorney. According to your rules, you're supposed to approve a final plan that's consistent with a preliminary development plan. So it's really tough to sit here and listen to us not agreeing to approve a final plan that's consistent with the preliminary development plan. It's like we're all relitigating this a year ago. It's like Groundhog's Day listening to some of the comments up here, frankly. We did this meeting with the residents when Scott Lammers was the city manager. We did that a year ago. This isn't just a little bit apart, it's a lot apart, because they don't want anything that looks like what we have presented tonight. They don't want it because they never did agree with the preliminary development plan. They never agreed with the rezoning. I'm not sure what they wanted exactly to look like. They say they want more mixed use, but they don't want all the traffic. I hear different things, but all of those arguments were heard and considered a year ago, and this body decided, to rezone and to approve the preliminary development plan. So I had asked you, what is not consistent with the preliminary development plan tonight? What is the basis for your voting not to support it? To go meet with the residents again and do what? All of the plans that we have our architect and engineers sealing them and stamping them, and all of our information that we say is in there is in there. Your staff's been looking at it for months. So none of this, we said this and the neighbors say that. They're in the plans. You've had them for months. So, the idea that we're just now looking at the architecture, we looked at that a month ago, okay? And it is consistent with the preliminary development plan. So it's really troubling to sit here, and now you might defer and delay us again or deny us a plan that's consistent with the preliminary development plan. We know the process here in the city of Leawood. It's like in every other city, too. That's how you do things. When you are consistent with the approved preliminary development plan, the developer is entitled to a vote for yes, not to be put off again. It is just extremely expensive to sit here and to do this for months and months and months. And you can have a meeting, and maybe she'll be the peace broker. I don't think these folks are going to come very far to us, are you? Are you all going to come and approve some multifamily apartments there? Are you? So we've come. We've made hundreds of changes to this plan. And we've done it again since we were here a month ago, trying to make it better. We did the berms. And now to hold us all up for issues that we're not responsible for in terms of the traffic, being called, a liar basically as to what we said. Mr. Odo has made commitments to the plan and commitments to you all, and he's kept every one of them. And we expect you to make a commitment to us to approve our final plan when it matches and is consistent with the preliminary development plan. So I think you need to approve it. And I think you're going to kick the can down the road, and this thing's not going to come back. And we're not going to sit here and sing Kumbaya with everybody. It's just not going to happen. We have thousands of pages of opposition to this. And a lot of mean things said in those words too. So it's gonna be real tough to get an agreement with everybody. We've never stopped talking. We've never stopped making changes. But we can't just keep doing this. We have to get an approval at some point. And I don't know when it's gonna be or what it's gonna take, but frankly, I think we're there. We meet the preliminary development plan, and according to your code, we're entitled to approval. So that's what I would say.
And I would like to speak for a moment too. This is Rick Odo. I'd like to take the berms as an issue off the table. We gave everything and the heights of it to Mark Klein today. He knows the heights that are there on the north side of the street, and he knows what we're building. We are pretty much within 6 inches to a foot. Sometimes we're taller, sometimes we're 6 inches less than them, but we're within a foot of everything on the north side of the street. And that's fact, and that I believe Mark Klein can confirm that. Mark, could you please?
He's coming.
Okay.
And actually, there's areas that the developer did give us an exhibit, and it's actually the exhibit that you saw that with the presentation of the developer with regarding to the berms. When I've gone out to 133rd Street, and I've driven it multiple times, there are certain areas on that north side, especially at Pawnee and 133rd Street, where there is a very large berm, and it goes down a long way. And that probably isn't done as far as with this development. But by and large, the majority of the elevations in between the two, just using topos and that kind of thing, are within a range. I mean, I'm not going to say that, you know, they have higher berms than the other ones, but if you go along that corridor, you'll actually see as far as some areas where they have fairly tall berms on the north side, and then the berms get smaller. You'll see where it goes up, and then it just levels off, and there's the house. And you'll have some where it goes up, and it comes down a little bit, but then it goes back up, very similar to what the developer is proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
So since the last meeting, the planning commission meeting that the last remand, we raised the average height of these berms 2 feet from last time for an additional about $200,000 in more storm and drainage to make it work, so we don't have issues with our homes that we're going to build. So I believe I gave. We also increased the amount of greenery in there, more trees, more shrubs. Yes, we're doing it for 2 parts. I want to do it for my residents that we're building for. We want to give them a first-class community, but I said I would. So I gave more on trees, I gave more on berms, like I always said I would. And I gave more, and I gave more every time I've been here. We're now at a spot where I can't make them physically, the berms any taller, and I can't put any more trees and shrubs in because it's packed. As far as the retail, you know, I'm fighting this because one hand they say they don't want traffic, but nothing brings more traffic than retail. I can't bring retail in until I bring more homes. The retail that's over at 133rd and State Line on this north side of our property isn't killing it yet because they say they need more homes. I've talked to several of the restaurants that have come and gone, and 1 or 2 that are still there along 135th Street over in Knoll and in Row. They don't have that much traffic through there. They need more rooftops. They don't need more competition right now. They need more rooftops. And this is what phase 1 and 2 will do. High-end people that can afford to go out to dinner and use these restaurants. That will then give us the ability to come back and give more retail later. We said from the beginning of time that we would start with the single family and this phase 2, because that's what's needed to bring the additional retail. Haven't changed. The traffic, I don't, you know, there was a complete disagreement. Originally, it was always supposed to have been 20, 30,000, and they said, well, it could go up. And I said, that I don't really want to discuss it. That part was on record at Planning Commission in January of 2022, and I said on record, on tape, that I would fund the 200,000 as long as I get reimbursed, just like the city. And Mayor Dunn, you even asked about that. You want to take the, that I would be reimbursed. I said yes. So that's the only time the 200,000, and that's when it started coming in. Am I willing to give? I heard 80,000 tonight. To get a vote tonight, I will go up to 80 just to get the vote, because I really can't keep carrying this acreage and keep going, because otherwise I am going to have to do what was suggested, and that's start splitting up and selling to other developers, because I can't carry and put this much infrastructure in. The amount of infrastructure you're asking me to put in is far more than anybody else. And at some point, the infrastructure up front is all the upfront costs that can bankrupt brokers or developers. So I'm putting a lot in. I agreed to add Chadwick into to build Chadwick in phase 2. Originally wasn't going 3. So I've given and I've given and I've given. As far as the last issue that I heard tonight was the new design. When we went back, we felt that the pitched roofs, the old style of roofs and design wasn't going to be approved in your LDO. Your LDO is wanting consistent design. I can let Mr. Clover talk more on this, but consistent design throughout the community with compatible architecture. It forced us to put all of them to look a little similar, all of them to have a modern flair. So it leaned towards this. If I would have designed the other one, it would have been kicked out, in our opinion, as not compliant with the other phases of our community. So we really felt that we were doing the right thing. Plus, I believe in this plan. It's a pretty plan. This is what you have across the street, but on 2 stories instead of 5 stories. So if I could get, so I feel like I'm showing you that I don't know how to resolve. I want what's coming, what our customers want and what our tenants want, how to give them what I feel is going to be most successful of a community, than to try to meet what some people want. And like was said before, no one's ever told a developer he can only design a Tudor or French or whatever. This is new. I never heard that. I never thought that was an issue. So there was nothing other than I thought it blended better and made a more cohesive product in a community. And I still feel that way. So I don't know how to make berms physically taller. I don't know how to, and we've already put in, like I said, another $200,000. The infrastructure on this community is really getting there. We are going to try doing this in 3 phases of community instead of 6. But as I can get retailers to sign up, I will build more retail. I want retail too. It's good for everybody. But I think that another thing, like I said, we'll go up to 80,000 that I'll guarantee, and then have the letter of credit sitting out there for the additional up to 200 to help out if I can get people's vote tonight so that we can go on. I really don't want to postpone, because it's very difficult to keep postponing me. I have homes that people want to have built for them, single-family homes that want to be built, and I really like to get these homes built for these people. And I can't keep postponing my retailers, because I am talking to people on the retail side, but they don't want to commit to anything until they see that this is actually going forward, or if they're going to have to go someplace else, because I've already lost a few people because this has been drug out. So if you would, I would really prefer to have it done. And I think I gave more just now, and I hope you have an understanding of where we're coming from. So hopefully I can pick up a couple of the votes here so that we can get this thing. Maybe you guys can discuss it more before we postpone it.
Mayor,
Ms.
before we
Bennett.
go on, I'd like to clarify my response to Mr. Asseltine's question. I pulled up the LDO. It doesn't necessarily define substantial compliance. It defines substantial change. I don't think it was a substantial change. As far as compliance, some of the council members have pulled up items that they don't think comply, but it was not a substantial change under the LDO.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bennett. Mr. Osmond.
I have a quick question for Mark. Mr. Odo brought up a point at the end about the slope roofs and everything, materials. I vaguely remember us talking several months ago about looking at our ordinance and looking at changing that ordinance. Can you refresh my memory on what we were looking at?
We are looking at, as far as an LDO amendment currently, that would allow asphalt shingles on apartment, multifamily. One of the big objections is that if for an apartment complex, you can't have asphalt shingles, so typically you have concrete tile, or you could go to a synthetic slate. If you have the concrete tile, you generally have to beef up the structure because it has to be able to support that weight, which adds cost to the building. In addition, there are some maintenance issues, and the concrete tile itself is more expensive than, say, like a TPO that's there. So,
but on the proposed mansion or villas or things like that, would he have under the best case scenario? We would be looking at that material change, and would that apply to the villas and the mansion?
Yeah, that's what we are looking at as far as doing that.
Thank you.
Is there a timeline on that modification to the ordinance?
I think we could probably have it go forward. Part of this is when I talked to the applicant, because we had the discussion with regard to the sloped roofs and the flat roofs. And at that time, I said, I think I can at least approach the Planning Commission and City Council, see if they'd be willing to do that. Obviously, there's no guarantees. It's up to this body whether they want to do that or not. Would that make a difference as far as then going to the sloped roofs? And since that time, Mr. Odo has indicated that, no, he likes the aesthetic that he currently has, and he didn't want to go down that road on this development. He said he'd be glad to have that LDO amendment in the future, but as far as this current development, he likes the architecture that's there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kane?
Yes, I appreciated Mr. Azeltine's direct question to Mr. Klein and to Patty Bennett, and I appreciate him very much in his legacy and him feeling like he is fulfilling his obligation. But conversely, the comment was made tonight that the plans have been here for months, and some of these changes have been here for months. These plans have been in front of us since Thursday, and the plans have been in front of the residents since Thursday. So they might have been in front of staff, and they might have gone to Planning Commission, but they weren't in front of us until Thursday. And I'm sure I'm with everybody up at this thing. I spent hours, even having my daughter in from New York City, I spent hours reading hours, reading this material, spreading it out, looking at the old pictures. So this is the first time that this body has had an opportunity to discuss super important facts. Does it by definition? Apparently, yes. But do we as a body, I always call you guys the bird dogs. Planning Commission's the bird dogs, staff are the bird dogs. Black, white, go get the bird, bring it back, black and white. There's no, all my dog analogies. I'm known for my dog analogies. Okay, those are the bird dogs. They have no gray. There is no gray with Planning Commission. There is no gray with staff. It's yes, no. LDO, yes, no. And that's their role, and they do it beautifully. But guess who does have gray? That would be us. And we do have the ability. I do feel strongly Mr. Azeltine is entitled to his opinion. I have enormous respect for him. He feels it's his obligation because by definition, again, more of a bird dog approach. I too feel I have an obligation. This is the first time we've had a discussion about some of these important matters, and I feel like I am obligated to continue this process, however long it might take, to find a compromise, to find some kind of concession, to, you know, Mr. Odo, again, great developer, one developer, local developer, A+, A+, A+ to all those facts. But when he talks about compatibility and cohesiveness, that, again, it's not what we were seeing for months, well, for years, frankly. He was showing the two pitch roofs, the original mansions. There's 26 of those buildings. 26 buildings looked like, in all of our minds, until Thursday, they were going to look like this. And now all of a sudden, 26 buildings are not going to look like that, and they're going to have flat roofs. Is maybe architecturally and size-wise in the footprints, that doesn't constitute a substantial change. In my pea brain, it sounds pretty substantial to me, and we've never had the ability to discuss it until this evening. And that's the process. We don't get it before us until this is how the process works. This is final. We don't see these designs until tonight. I am not prepared, as I said before, to go through and you won't like my vote, frankly. If you force a vote tonight, I just feel it's my obligation to try to continue this conversation on. Thank you.
Mr. Rawlings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Odo, I appreciate your comments. I think they were well thought out on why you would like to have this vote tonight. I hear you. You make some good points, excellent points, as a matter of fact. I still think, and I'm going to ask you, would you be amenable to let this committee, or whatever, how we want to form this, meet and get together and come back in 30 days with recommendations, or wherever we end up, and have a simple report, and then allow us to vote up or down on what we find out from this meeting? 30 days, 60, 45, I don't care what it is, but would you be willing to delay this vote until we get a little bit more input from both sides, the good guys, the white hats, the black hats, whatever you want to call it?
I would be happy to. I don't want to, but I'd be happy to.
I understand that.
I've met, and I hope I say it right, Ms. Stafford, earlier in the week. Stoddard. I am so sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I've met her, and she's after 5 minutes, I knew she's a very competent person, and I'd be happy to have her do this. I would love to have, I want staff in on it, and to talk so they can make sure that facts are presented, because they do know the facts. And but I would like to have this continued, if possible, for 30 days to the next, well, not the next one, but 30 days, because we can meet with a few of the representatives and go, I would hope, fairly quickly through this.
Well,
And
March 6th would be 2 meetings March 6th is 30 days. February 20th is our next meeting, so March 6th would be the first Monday in March.
that works for me.
And I don't believe that is spring break yet, so.
No, I don't believe so.
I think we are.
I think it's mid-March, yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you. I have heard members of the council say in the last couple of months, as we were looking to hire a very important position here at the city, that was going to be the most important decision we might make while we were on council, hiring a person that we were adding to our staff. And while I will agree it was an important decision, I think that the development of over 100 acres of property that could change the way South Leawood looks is possibly a more important decision. So I don't mind another conversation, another late night. I'm frustrated because I don't sleep for days. The conversations that my neighbors have with me, my neighbors, I live in this ward. The conversations, the accusations that I'm somehow going to benefit from this, my integrity being questioned, it does make a person wonder why they do this. But my biggest frustration is that I do consider this to be a substantial change from the preliminary plan because the professional developers that stood before us 7 or 8 months ago and showed us a drone-type animated, very cool video of what this community was going to look like had architectural style that absolutely doesn't look like what they're showing us today. And I think that's because of construction costs. But I'm not in the construction business, so I could be wrong. But it is a very different look. It doesn't blend in with the community, and that is one of my reasons that I believe that this is a substantial change from the preliminary. And people can say, Mr. Odo can build whatever he wants. That's great. Yes, he can. It can be whatever style he wants. I wish he'd have thought to show us what he wanted at the beginning, but I think there's a reason that he didn't. A lot of money was spent on those early drawings, and they weren't the first set of drawings. And a lot of money was spent on that video. And it doesn't look anything like what we got in our packets. And that's what is very frustrating to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a
Madam Mayor?
motion to continue? Mr. Osmond?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to continue this until March 6th? 2nd?
Second. No,
No.
she's seconding
She's
the
seconding
motion.
for the 6th.
Motion from Mr. Osmond, second from Ms. Villa. Any,
Madam Mayor?
oh, Ms.
Before you
Stoddard.
vote, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
It would be helpful to me, as you provide guidance to staff about this meeting, to be as specific as possible related to the representatives that you would like to be involved from the neighborhood association. So if that is the presidents of the homeowners association or their designee, something like that, that would be very helpful in this motion to set forth.
Well, I think what Mr. Rawlings suggested was HOA presidents, but I think HOA presidents or their designee makes more
That's fine.
sense.
In fact, I was gonna ask Diane, she's agreed to be a facilitator. With your experience, vast experience in other cities and with all the degrees that you have, and do you have a thought on what the composition of this committee should look like in your mind? Or maybe that's too early to ask you that, but.
I think not having put much thought into it, no, except for that, I think it would be helpful for this body to be as specific as possible with staff about that representation, so that's clear to everyone that is listening in to this important matter.
Well, I'm not sure how many HOAs directly abut, but I know there have been a number of them very involved. 3, I'm seeing 3.
Three
So-
abut. So, 3 abut, Waterford, Wilshire Place, and Greenbrier abut. No, and the Enclave, so that's 4.
All right.
But there's all, right, 4?
Waterford doesn't technically abut it, but it's certainly impacted.
Yeah, well, but the corridor, the mile and a half, the
got
traffic
it.
calming
Yes,
is a
yes,
mile
sorry.
and a half that
Yes.
goes through, which was a huge incident.
I thought you meant-
I think that there's got, personally, being on Public Works, I think there's got to be at least a representative or 2 that represent that mile and a half on there, because that could be different. I know it's different than the HOA presidents. Don't necessarily live on that traffic.
So 2 from Wilshire, because they have more frontage, one from Waterford.
I think that there should be 2 so maybe 8 total?
8 total of residents, and then you want?
No, at HOA or the representative from the HOA.
Your mic isn't.
Yeah, if you.
I have an idea.
Well, I think Mr. Rawlings' original intent was to have kind of even. So if you're going to have 10 or 12 residents and
My intent
2 or
was
3
even.
developers and 2 staff,
I'm open to anything.
I have an idea.
Yes.
If Chuck and Lisa are open to it, have them find the people and we can just decide, we can determine how many we need, like 6 or whatever. And
I'd
then
be
you
glad to
guys-
participate in that. My concern is we're going to
No,
tell.
you won't participate in the meeting.
No, I know, to
selection.
participate in the nomination of the
Yes,
people, yes.
right.
But I'm worried about Diane being encumbered with a group of 18 or some,
No,
she
no, no.
can't
No.
manage a group of opinions from 18
I
different
agree.
people. We've
So
got
let-
to figure out and what that should be, and I would imagine it's probably something on the order of 10 to have a manageable group, to
But
have a
10 total, not 10
total.
from the
Not-
residents.
That'd
Right.
probably be 4 or so total from each of the residents, and then staff and Diane, so.
How about up to that many?
2 from Wilshire, 1 from the other HOAs, staff, and Diane,
And the developer.
and the developer.
Yeah,
But
don't
I think
forget the
somebody
developer.
has to be from the mile-and-a-half corridor,
Well,
the
that's-
traffic
That's
calming.
Wilshire.
That's Wilshire.
Wilshire
Wilshire
and
and
Waterford.
Right, but the HOA presidents don't necessarily live on the corridor that
that's
is
for them.
They don't
receiving
have
the
to.
questionnaire.
Their nominee.
Right. 2 from Wilshire, 1 from Waterford, 1 from Enclave, and 1 from Greenbrier. That gives you 5 homes association people, then the developers, staff, and you've got a good group of people right there. And it's up to them who they choose. You go to the presidents and
yeah.
say, send
s-
us somebody.
Nobody knows the ward better than these two. I think that they should figure out how many and who.
Well, I think we ought to put a cap of 10.
Yeah, cap
For
of-
the total group,
You don't want my cap.
a cap of 10 people.
10,
And if you want Ms. Harrison and Mr. Sipple to choose those residence groups, and then our staff, we know we want Mark Klein in there, and probably we'll have Rick Odo himself there, and probably Mr. Holland, and Mr. Clover already volunteered.
And David Lay.
And okay, good, and Mr. Lay with Mr. Klein.
And I would also
Ms.
put out the suggestion that the group entertain the idea of doing a quick survey, a monkey survey to the residents, and ask them about which style, if they have a preference, because I have no problem with the flat roofs, and from a solar point of view, it makes a lot more sense, but, you know, I think we should allow other people to vote on that.
Okay, so Ms. Harrison and Mr. Sipple, do you accept that challenge? Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Stoddard, is this helpful? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So the motion would include those parameters that we just discussed. Mr. Osmond, you're in agreement, Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
All right. And the cap is 10 people total. All right. Now, if that's all understood, is there further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? It's approved unanimously, and I want to thank certainly the developer and all the residents for coming out and your participation, and we are going to keep our fingers crossed there can be more amicable discussion and agreement, and we hope that that does occur. So in 30 days, we'll be back and see where we are. And thank you, Ms. Stoddard, for, after 6 days, agreeing to spearhead this discussion. All right, thank you.
Would you like an extension motion?
Yes, I need a motion to extend for 30 minutes,
Everybody but
please.
Deborah. Yeah.
Motion from Mr. Rawlings,
Second.
second from Mr.
I love
Asseltine,
being here.
to
This is
extend this
awesome.
meeting for 30 minutes. Thank you. Now we'll go to the mayor's report. And I will say that I was joined by council members Osmond, Rawlings, Sipple, and Kane at the legislative breakfast sponsored by the Leawood Chamber of Commerce, and we heard about upcoming issues that they expect this session. I attended the January Council of Mayors meeting hosted by the CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas, Mayor Tyrone Garner, at the Monarch Stadium in Kansas City, Kansas. I attended an appreciation reception for Johnson County Commission Chair Ed Eilert at the Arts and Heritage Center that was thanking him for over 4 decades of outstanding public service, and we are grateful for his strong partnership with the city of Leawood. I was joined by Police Chief Finger and Fire Chief Fitzgerald and members of their leadership teams, as well as council members Larson, Rawlings, Sipple, and Azeltine at the Martin Luther King Legacy and Scholarship Awards Committee Dinner. This was the 19th annual, and this is co-sponsored by the NAACP of Olathe, Overland Park, and Leawood. And it's spearheaded by Henry Lyons, who, as you know, is a Leawood resident. My thanks to Chris Claxton and Stephen Powell for their assistance with arrangements for my State of the City report, all department heads and their leadership teams, as well as nearly all city council members were in attendance. And we had many things to celebrate in 2022. My thanks to Elon Sister City Committee Chair Betty Munson and her committee for hosting our annual Lunar New Year. This was ushering in the Year of the Rabbit, and we were pleased to have Director General Bill Wong and his associates from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Denver join us for the celebration. Council members Azeltine, Fella, Harrison, Larson, and council liaisons Rawlings and Sipple were also in attendance with about 130 other individuals, so it was great attendance. Highest ever. And many thanks to all City of Leawood participants in our annual United Way campaign. Total donations for 2023 were $10,875.40. So thank you all for your participation. Congratulations are in order for a number of items I'm going to tell you about. Number one, Captain Kurt Yoder had his application to attend the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, approved. And this is a prestigious educational program for senior law enforcement members from local, state, and international agencies. He will be there from April 3rd through June 8th. And our own Chief Finger and Captain Robbins are past graduates of that, so participants. So congratulations to him. Secondly, I had the pleasure of participating in a ceremony yesterday honoring Leawood resident and Park and Rec Advisory Board member Gary Swanson that was sponsored by the Sagamore chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution. And they presented him the Medal of Honor. And it was a beautiful ceremony. And there were probably over 200 people in attendance. He has so many friends, so many veterans of so many wars were there to honor him. It was really very well done. Beautiful, beautiful day. And finally, we have our own Assistant Parks, Rec, and Arts Director Brian Anderson, who received at the Kansas Recreation and Park Association the 2023 President's Citation Award at their conference just last week. And this prestigious award was presented by Lauren Wagler, who is the 2022 president. And thanks to Councilwoman Lisa Harrison, if Brian is here, we have a little,
I hope he's not here.
a little something to present him, but he's probably long gone. And so maybe we can give this to Chris Claxton
There you
if
go.
she's still here. So.
Is Chris here?
Oh, is that right? So this is
That's cute.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Nice of you.
He's an
It was very thoughtful.
Yeah, very, very.
Spent a lot of time with him on the tree committee and the sustainability advisory board. He's a staff liaison to two of my committees, so I admire the work he does.
Yeah. Is that a cypress?
It is a lemon cypress. Isn't the lime green great?
Yeah.
It's great. Well, thank you for that thoughtful gesture. And congratulations to all. And that concludes my mayor's report. And we'll go down to council members' report. Councilmember Harrison, a report on a recent event at Church of the Resurrection.
Thank you. On January 5th, council members Kane and Phila and myself were able to attend a special event breakfast organized by the Church of the Resurrection, along with other Johnson County elected officials. We heard from Senior Pastor Adam Hamilton. We enjoyed conversation with guided talking points at our tables, small breakout groups, and a lovely breakfast. The Church of the Resurrection recognizes that public service does not come without criticisms and some very unfriendly behavior at times, and they felt like we could use a little thank you and a little pat on the back and some positive encouragement. Pastor Hamilton gave us great thanks for all that we do for our communities and shared his book, coincidentally called Seeing Gray in a World of Black and White, which when I heard some of the comments tonight, I was like, we need to read this. And we all got a copy, so I guess there's 3 copies between the 9 of us. If anybody would like to borrow my copy, I'd be happy to loan it out. But anyway, it was an honor to represent you all there, and I know we had a very busy January, so we had to sort of divide and conquer who went to the end of, who went to Martin Luther King, who went to this, it was a busy month, so I was glad I was able to go to this one. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the report, and thank you for your attendance as well. Going to 11B, Councilmember Osman, report on light pollution.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Light pollution. Ballparks, stadiums, pretty good. Backyards, LED lights, not so good. We have had this problem for quite some time. Residents call on a routine basis, and I felt it was an obligation to show the residents, or show the council, some of the issues that we have, and like to direct to staff looking at amending our criteria for what is considered nuisances or light pollution.
You have visuals.
Okay, so this one is actually not in my house, but right next door to us. This is LED lights that light up the backyard of 6 different locations, or 6 different residents, where they have to have blackout shades that don't even do justice. Let's go to the next slide. It's a UFO. This is a residence that someone took a photo of that shines down. And what's happening is these LED lights, they're brand new. The residents don't know the settings sometimes, and they have to change them. But this may or may not be considered nuisance to the surrounding homeowners.
Just annoying to me.
And then let's go to the video just real quick. This is showing over the fence that actually goes into the neighbor's yard, and you can see those lights are pointed directly out at 6 or 8 homes. And so what we used to have to do is a light meter, but we have an old light meter at City Hall. So what, again, I wanted to do is talk to staff about new ways of how we can improve our LDO, or not our LDO, our code for looking at lights and the new LEDs that are out there.
And this is Mr. Torres'
Yes.
referral. I don't know if your mic's on.
I thought the meeting was over.
No.
And I would also second that motion to, that referral, because it's an issue for sleep. When it disrupts other people's sleep, it's hard on the animals, and not to mention it's a waste of electricity. And, you know, all I have to do is think about the folks in Ukraine that They said they would get a 40% improvement in their less electricity if they could just switch to the newer light bulbs. And that's how much, I mean, we don't need to we don't need to look at everybody's house lights all night long, really.
Mr. Torres, did you have a comment?
This is something that I've been copied on emails and that we've had inquiries over the years. I've honestly looked into it, kind of dabbled into what other jurisdictions have done over the years to try to find something that I thought would be like a good solution that would be maybe even like more enforceable. Ordinance isn't really great as far as enforceability because like to go on the property and then with the you can measure like half a foot candle at the property line. So I've kind of looked into it before and I've agreed to like look into it with Brett Hoagland. And Andrew Osmond inquired, and so I would expect I could bring something back before council, in 3 or 4 months or something like that. I kind of wanted to dig into it and
That'd be great.
come back with something new.
Very good.
So-
Well, we'll leave the timeline to you when
Okay.
you're ready, but that's super, and thank you, Mr. Osmond. And okay,
Aye.
so we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. All right, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. Going now to city administrators report. Ms. Stoddard, do you have any comments?
Mayor, I don't have anything except for to say that I've had a great 6 days here, so look forward to many more.
Okay, well, we do as well.
It
Thank
only
you.
gets better.
Thank you so much.
It's called the immersion process.
Going to staff reports, I don't see Mr. Lay in the room, but he's up. Unless he and Ms. Claxton would like to
Send
defer
an email.
these.
I can give this report.
Yeah.
If they want to defer these until our next meeting, I do think.
They sent an email asking if they could defer to the
Oh,
next one.
that's wonderful. I think we'll agree to that.
Nay.
Aye.
So they'll be on the 20th?
Yes.
Thank you.
What are
Great.
we going to do for 20 minutes?
We have no old business. We have now up to 15A, new business. Ordinance appropriating the amounts set up in each fund in the budget for the fiscal year 2023, providing for the payment of all claims and charges against the accounts provided for therein, and approving and ratifying the payment of all claims against the accounts. This is something routine that we do every year, but Ms. Morgan is here to answer questions if you have any.
Move to approve?
Motion from Ms. Villa, second from Mr. Osmond. Any discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Phila,
Aye.
Councilmember Rawlings.
Aye.
Councilmember Sippel.
Aye.
Councilmember Kane.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Larson.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison.
Aye.
Councilmember Asseltine.
I am always last.
Alphabetical.
No, I'm always
It's approved
last.
unanimously. Thank you. 15B is schedule a governing body meeting for Monday, February 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Motion from Mr. Rawlings, second from Ms. Villa.
Okay.
Any discussion?
There's no work session that night?
There's no work session.
Oops, I misentered that in my calendar. Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, having no more business to come before this body, we are adjourned. Thank you.